Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Good morning. We doing night court, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to the chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good night, good night, good night. Good early morning, morning. Because criminals don't stop. Criminals don't stop doing crime. It don't matter what the time is. You know what I mean? Criminals don't sleep, so at any given time we could be covering some crime. So we at night court right now. We at night court. We doing a recap and a cross examination of a trial that happened not too long ago. The case occurred in 2019. A woman named Latoshia, how do I say her name? Latoshia Daniels uh, is charged for the murder of her pastor, who she was having an affair with. So I saw this case just the other day. When the verdict came in, she's been found guilty. She was found guilty of second degree murder. Uh, and I became interested in the details of what happened. And I said, you know what, we're going to share it. So here we are today. We're going over the trial of Latoshia Daniels. So today we're gonna catch up, so we get a understanding and an overview. We're gonna check out the news article and the initial arrest article or initial arrest news um, information. After that, we'll go right to the trial. We'll hear the opening statements. We'll go to the she takes the stand in her own defense, because that's pretty much what I like to see. These cross examinations to me is interesting. She takes the stand in her own defense, and she's going to be cross examined as well. So we're gonna check out the closing arguments as well as the verdict, and we're gonna wrap this one up. So it's not gonna be two or three lives; it's gonna be one live stream, and we're gonna be able to get a full understanding of what happened and where we are now, and where do we go from here. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Now, check out the article. Memphis pastor. This all took place. This was April 5th, 2019. So this is in 2019. Should be good here. Okay, a Memphis pastor is dead, killed at his Collierville apartment Thursday night, and indications are the accused shooter wasn't his wife. And this is the man by the name of Brode C. Perry, executive pastor of Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Okay. Article says article says a Memphis pastor is dead, killed at his Collierville apartment Thursday night, and indications are the accused shooter wasn't his wife. According to the senior pastor at Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church on Facebook, the victim was executive pastor Brode Perry. Collierville police said the shooting stemmed from a domestic dispute at the Meridian Park apartments where records show and residents confirm Perry lived.
New at 5, a DeSoto County judge.
Hold on. Stop. Says Latoshia Daniels, who records show had an affiliation with Perry's former church in Little Rock, is accused of first-degree murder and charges. Neighbors described the chaotic moments as they heard several gunshots and screams in a complex where crime is rare and shootings, domestic or random, are even more rare. It was surprising. Definitely not expected here. Cade Kirkendale, who lives in the complex, said, the sounds from outside his open patio door jolted Kirkendall last night. I think there were 5 or 6 gunshots in the first kind of blast, and then there was a little bit of a delay, a woman screaming, and then I heard some more, probably 5 more. Whoa! He said when he looked towards building 1681 in the complex, he saw officers draw their guns before paramedics arrived. I saw them bring the gentleman down in a stretcher. I saw the woman come down. She had obviously been shot in the shoulder, Kirkland said. Several people confirmed to Local 24 News that gentleman who was shot and later died was a Memphis pastor, Brode Perry, and that the injured woman was his wife. So the pastor and the wife got shot that day. Crazy. Several people confirmed to Local 24 News that the gentleman who was shot and later died. Okay, sorry, I just read that. Collierville police arrested and charged Latoshia Daniels, a certified anger management specialist, but have not said what her motive was in the shooting she is charged with committing. A certified anger management specialist who couldn't control their anger. Ain't that? An anger management specialist who let their anger get the best of them. I can't make this up. I can't make this up. Okay. All right. In a statement, Mississippi Boulevard's senior pastor said Perry was a phenomenal man whose service and heart will truly be missed by all. Daniels is being held without bond. Her first hearing is scheduled for Tuesday in a Collierville town court. Okay? So we got a little understanding of what happened that night. And what we understand is this woman shot and killed the pastor, and the wife, the pastor's wife, also got shot in the shoulder. So far, that's what we know. Okay? Now, we're gonna get more details as things develop. As things develop, we're gonna get more details. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Letitia, what's up? Sunshine, Courtney, Miss Baker, Egon, what's up, man? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, we here, man. We here. Uh, so let's go to the actual visuals now. Let's get some visuals on this. Let's get some visuals on this, man. Let us get some visuals. Get the news. We're gonna get the news report. This happened in 2019. She just got sentenced in 2025, and well, she went to trial in 2025, and basically everything went to trial, got the verdict and everything. So we're gonna go through all that in this live. We're gonna get all the information we need. So as long as you stay tuned, you will pretty much be all the way caught up with everything.
We are learning new information tonight about what led up to last week's murder of a pastor at Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Good evening, I'm Richard Ransom.
And I'm Katina Rankin. Police reports scanner traffic and friends of Pastor Broads Perry show a scorned mistress from Little Rock drove to Collierville over the man she loved. Local 24 News reporter Rebecca Butcher live with tonight's top story. Rebecca, you're reporting there from Collierville.
Yeah, Katina, well, that suspect, Latoshia Daniels, she's expected here in Collierville Town Court tomorrow morning. We got a chance to speak today to a friend of the now deceased Pastor Perry. She went to Florida A&M University with him several years ago. She told me that the news today was hard to believe. That's a Collierville cop after arriving Thursday night at the Meridian Park Apartments. Executive Pastor Broads Perry was dying from 3 gunshot wounds. His wife was shot in the shoulder, and Latoshia Daniels was holding a gun. We contacted one of Pastor Perry's friends in Florida.
I was, really sad, and I was like, not Broads. I'm like, he just moved. Like, didn't he just move to a new city? And
the couple did just move to Collierville from Little Rock. That's where Perry's wife now tells police she and her husband knew Daniels from and never suspected an affair until Thursday night. She says as Daniels showed up, had a short visit, began to leave, she grabbed her gun and started firing, shouting, "You broke my heart."
it appeared that they were from what the lady shared, that they had a relationship. And so I would say healing has to take place for the young lady who committed the crime, and also for the wife.
Records show Daniels, a certified anger management specialist, was a member of Pastor Perry's former church in Little Rock. The two also worked together at a nonprofit.
And this was such a dramatic situation. And for her to find out this information or whatever this lady is saying while her husband is being killed, I could imagine how that, may feel.
And Daniels is expected here in court tomorrow. That's at 8 o'clock. She's being held without bond right now on murder charges. We're live tonight in Collierville. I'm Rebecca Butcher, Local 24 News.
Rebecca.
My goodness. All right. So she then appears in court. Right afterwards. These love triangles. It's not easy. So she came, spent some time with the man and his wife. And then when she was about to leave, that's when she pulled out her gun and started firing. So I guess they was just chilling, talking, having a good old regular time, everything all normal. And she's like, all right, well, I think I'm about to get up out of here. I'm like, all right, well, let me walk you to the door. And she just pulls out her gun and shoots. No, it's crazy. Crazy.
Moving on now, the Arkansas woman charged in the deadly shooting of a Memphis pastor that she knew pleaded not guilty this afternoon.
Yeah, last week in Collierville, police said that Latoshia Daniels shot Broads Perry to death in front of his wife. Local 24 News reporter Brad Broads was inside the courtroom and picks up the story from here.
Latoshia Daniels did not appear in this Collierville courtroom this afternoon, but she's represented by a well-known Memphis attorney in this highly publicized case involving a Memphis pastor shot dead and what police records show as a possible love affair gone sour.
Defense attorney Leslie Ballin wasn't in front of this Collierville judge long. Outside the courtroom, he sent this clear message on behalf of his client, Latoshia Daniels.
And we've entered a not guilty plea. We mean it.
Records show the 39-year-old Daniels is a certified anger management specialist and licensed social worker who was a member of Broads Perry's former church in Little Rock, Arkansas, and worked with him at a nonprofit organization. At the Collierville apartment where Perry and his wife Tabitha lived, investigators said Daniels opened fire, yelling, "You broke my heart," as she shot the Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church executive pastor at least 3 times.
The criminal court process is new to this family and to our client.
Today, a spokesperson with the Arkansas Social Work Licensing Board said they are aware of the charges, but won't make any decisions about suspending or revoking her license until there's a ruling on her charges. As for Daniels' attorney, he asked the public reserve judgment until more information is released.
There's been facts put out into our community, may or may not be accurate. Part of our job is to find out exactly what happened.
Latoshia Daniels' next court appearance is scheduled for April 23rd. Her attorney said bond could be discussed at that date. Reporting in Collierville, Brad Broders, Local 24 News.
And then she does a follow-up. She ends up in court. She makes a second appearance in court for trial.
Good afternoon, Judge. Mr. Rue and I are here representing Ms. Daniels. Mr. Gilbert has had the opportunity to spend some time with us, and with him, Judge Roberts as well. We are able to confirm that Ms. Daniels has no record, which is what we thought prior to today. Although she has no record, we are asking you to hold in advance our request for a bond setting. We're not giving up on that request, but not asking that it be set today. We are asking that the matter be set for a preliminary hearing on May 21st at 2 p.m. if your calendar would accommodate us.
All right, small problem, we don't have court on the 21st. Now, we could do May 28th at 2 p.m. Okay, all right. We could, if push came to shove, we could do May 14th at 2 p.m. I don't know about you, Mr. Gilbert. Okay.
If we set that day, Miss Perry may be having surgery. We go a little further, I think.
Well, we're somewhat limited by the 2 o'clock request. That's the reason we don't have court at all on the 21st. And then we have the 2 p.m. on the 14th. We have the 2 p.m. on the 28th. We also have the 2 p.m. on June 11th, if that would be better for everybody.
June the 11th is not good for me.
We also have the 25th of June at 2 p.m.
Well, it's fine. So I have state court obligations at 9.
I understand. That's the reason I'm trying to stick to the 2 p.m.
That's the date you gave was May 20.
We have May 14th.
May 14th.
We have May 28th. We have June 11th. We have June 25th.
We set the 14th, and if she's going to surgery,
You'll let us know. Right. So the request is May 14th. Mr. Gilbert's witness may have a health issue that would prohibit her from being here. If that, in fact,
Brian, she can't even breathe through her. She breathing through her mouth. Like, it's almost like her nose must be real stuffy because she can't even breathe through her nose. She breathing through her mouth.
All right. That sounds like a good plan here, and that is for a preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I've set this case over then until May 14th at 2 p.m., providing our witnesses helping us to appear, and if not, we'll work on giving another date, correct?
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that was that. That was that. All right, we're gonna get to the trial now. Let's get to trial, ladies and gentlemen. We here. We here. It's time to get to trial. 6 years later. 6 years later in 2025, finally, this case is finally going to trial. Going to trial. Why it took so long. But finally the day has come. And check out how this trial went. So to speed up the process, we're gonna pretty much get into all the information that's gonna give us the necessary details to give us an understanding of what's happening completely without watching the whole trial. So we're gonna have the opening arguments. We're gonna hear both sides opening arguments, and we're gonna skip the rest of that stuff because most of that is gonna come out towards the end. So opening arguments we're gonna watch. Then we're gonna watch her testifying, because it seems like when you're guilty beyond reasonable doubt, you need to take the stand. When all evidence shows that you are guilty,
the evidence is going to show.
When all the evidence shows that you're guilty, you might need to take the stand and see what you can do in that situation. I mean, if let's just say you just shot somebody, and you just shot a man and his wife, and the cops come and you are there with the gun still in your hand. Yeah, and you decide to take it to trial, most likely you're gonna have to take the stand, because I don't know what you trying to. I don't know what they supposed to do with that. You know, because normally they gotta prove that it was you that did the crime, and you plead not guilty because you didn't do the crime. But you did the crime. They know it's you. They got you, but you plead not guilty. So you're gonna have to take the stand, because I don't know what to do with this at that point. What is the not guilty about? You're not guilty of shooting the person that you shot? What is the not guilty about? What are you not guilty of? Oh man. So whatever she's not guilty of, we're gonna hear the opening arguments. We're gonna hear what the prosecutors say. We're gonna hear how strong they feel their cases, and we're gonna hear the defense and how strong they feel the prosecutor's case is not. We're gonna do the cross-examination. We're gonna see her take the stand in her own defense, and we're gonna see the cross-examination, and then we're gonna see the closing arguments, and then the verdict. So it's gonna be a couple hours, but we'll be able to wrap up this whole entire case in one day today, okay? And we'll get all the details we need as they go over some of those things in the opening, closing, and cross-examination. They're gonna touch on most of this stuff. Ultimately, she was found guilty, ultimately, of second-degree murder. So it didn't work, ladies and gentlemen. Her taking the stand and all that stuff didn't work. But we're just going to watch how it played out and the details and everything leading up to it. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Day one of the trial, opening statements. That's where we starting at. That's where we at right now. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We live on the Wabbit 2 Crime Network 2. Wabbit Crime Network 2. Shout out to the chat.
Like 6 years old. He was a husband. Thank you, Your Honor. Rose Perry was a pastor of a church. He was a husband. And he was a man who enjoyed life. He was 36 years old at the time of his death.
Okay, so the man was 36 years old at the time of his death. If the audio is good, let me know. If you guys have any issues with the audio, let me know. Uh, if you guys have any questions for WabbitBot, he is available to answer any questions. He doesn't randomly talk to people anymore. I cut that out. So if you want any questions answered, we have an AI assistant in the chat that can answer any questions that you guys have. So if you want any details or anything, you can just ask him.
He wasn't perfect. He had flaws, much like a lot of people have flaws. In the fall of 2016, he was one of the pastors at a church in Little Rock. He knew the defendant through his role at that church. She was a member of the church, and I believe she was a leader of a life group in that church. She was going through a divorce or had recently divorced. They talked about that. A sexual relationship between the two of them began sometime around February of 2017. And you'll hear that that relationship went on until sometime the end of 2018 or maybe even going into 2019. Went on for several years. Toward the end of 2018, I believe it was around October, Mr. Perry and his wife took a job, Mr. Perry took a job. He and his wife moved to Collierville in Shelby County because he took a job at Mississippi Boulevard Church here, also working as, I think, an executive
Tried to speed it up, but I don't like how he sounds.
pastor at that church. So not the senior pastor or the preaching pastor, but he was working with that church here in Shelby County. So they left Little Rock and moved here. That resulted in the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Perry became strained. He decided he didn't want to be in that relationship anymore. They lived away from each other. I don't know the reasons that he decided that, but he did when they moved back here.
Right. He wanted to end it. Gotcha. He wanted to end the relationship. Man. Got you.
On April the 4th of 2019, the defendant left Little Rock. She stopped at a gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas, where she purchased a Ruger 9mm handgun, and she purchased ammunition. And she drove the 2.5 or 3 hours from there to Collierville, Tennessee, where she showed up somewhere 9, 10 o'clock that night at Mr. and Miss Perry's residence. Mr. Perry wasn't there, but Miss Perry let her in. And they sat and talked for a while until Mr. Perry came in. Miss Perry knew the defendant from when they were in the church together in Little Rock. In fact, the two of them played tennis once a week. Miss Perry considered herself to be friends with the defendant. And so when she showed up at the door, she let her in and they talked.
So you having sex with the lady's wife, you're her friend, and she don't even know that you're having sex with her husband. I mean, you're having sex with the lady's husband, you're her friend, and she doesn't know that you're having sex with her husband. And you buy a gun, premeditate the murder, and go hang out with her until her husband get home. Now, that's some sick shit. I ain't gonna lie, that's diabolical. That's some sick stuff right there. To think that in her mind, she knew that she was gonna kill her husband, kill that lady's husband, and the lady don't know, and they sit down and have a conversation and relax until the husband come home, not knowing that that's what she was going to do the whole time. That's some sick stuff.
The defendant waited there until Rhoda's Perry got home. They talked for a few minutes more, and she said, well, I'm going to leave. Don't want to bother y'all anymore. Mr. and Miss Perry were about to walk her out the door when the defendant pulled the 9mm handgun that she had purchased 3 or 4 hours earlier. And she shot Mr. Perry multiple times. The medical examiner will testify they pulled 5 bullets out of his body. She also shot Tabitha Perry as she was kneeling beside her husband, trying to get him to quit, trying to help him, and trying to get the defendant to quit shooting. She was still on the scene with the gun when the police department arrived.
Still on the scene with the gun when the police came.
You will hear that the bullets that the medical examiner recovered from Mr. Perry's body matched the Ruger 9mm that she purchased from the gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas. TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, analyzed those, and those matched. You'll hear that the shell casings, 7, I believe, recovered from the apartment, were fired from the Ruger that she purchased from the gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas. There was a bullet recovered from the scene at the apartment that also was fired from the gun that she bought from the sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas. You'll see video from the sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas that shows the defendant going into the store, purchasing the ammunition and the gun, and leaving. You'll see the credit card that she purchased it with and the receipts where the last 4 of the credit card match, showing the date and the time that she purchased that handgun. She had all kinds of time to think about what she was doing. At the end of the proof, we're going to ask you to find her guilty as indicted in counts 1, 2, and 3 of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, has to be the shortest opening statement from a prosecutor I have ever seen, ever. I think this man spent 3 minutes up here. I think this man only been up here for 3 minutes. Bruh, that's it. I mean, it's so open and shut. He don't even need to spend time up there. He said, yo, she bought the gun because he broke up with her. She went and sat with his wife, waited for him to come home, and then shot him. Thank you. Went and sat there. I mean, I'm like, God damn, that's it?
Latoshia Daniels is a woman who has spent her life surrounded by men who hurt women.
I said, okay, what they about to do? I said, what's they about to do right here? All right, y'all. Listen, we about to watch some lawyers at work because she got the gun. She's guilty as hell, and they claim that she's not guilty. And they about to convince us. They're going to try to convince us that what happened was justified. And the only way I think you could possibly even try to do that is by making us feel like she's been abused and she felt like she had to, hey. The evidence speaks for itself. That's a fact.
The evidence is going to show.
I mean, now, imagine being the defense attorney knowing that this is a losing case, but the client don't want to plead guilty, so you like, all right, well, All right, well, we'll try. All right, well, I'll give it a try. We'll see what we can do, man. They know they're not winning this. These cases will be funny.
Is a woman who has spent her life surrounded by men who hurt women. Not all of those were physically abusive. Some were emotionally abusive. But from a very young age, Latoshia listened at night with her two little sisters as her father beat her mother. Her father was a minister in the church, well respected in the community. Being his daughter meant something in her town. She knew she could never tell anyone the truth about what happened behind closed doors. When Latoshia was 17 years old in high school, she got pregnant. And her father mandated that she marry.
Why is Natasha getting pregnant at 17 in high school and your daddy is a pastor? What were you doing? Your daddy's a pastor and you're getting pregnant at 17? Oh, I guess you wasn't living by his rules. Clearly. The hell?
So at 17 years old, she married a man named Rodney. She and Rodney were married for a while, and then he eventually strayed in the relationship. She caught him cheating on her, and she was devastated. And that was the first time that Latoshia tried to commit suicide. She felt like she had failed her marriage, kids, her father, her family, and that they would all be better off without her. She tried to take her life. The ongoing struggle with mental health would continue throughout Latoshia's life. Her next marriage was to a man named Brian. Brian was not physically abusive. But very shortly after Latoshia and Brian got married, he completely shut her out emotionally. When she would come home, she would sit in the parking lot or the driveway and cry. And she knew when she walked into that house, a house that is supposed to be a home filled with love and filled with comfort and acceptance, she would get her husband would sit on the couch and watch TV and then sit on the couch. And that went on for 8 years. And at a certain point, Latoshia found herself so starved for love and for attention that she sought out counseling. She tried to get her husband to go with her to marriage counseling. And he wouldn't. So Latoshia decided that she needed spiritual guidance. She needed to know that if she was going to be getting divorced, that she could find that amends with God.
I ain't gonna lie. The pastors always be getting to have sex with these women through these spiritual counselings, man. If I get married, wife, you ain't getting no spiritual counseling. That's off limits. Off the. Hey, every time I hear these stories, pastor over there having sex with these women through spiritual counseling or some kind of prayer meeting or some kind of healing. Pastor over there healing with dick.
For another marriage favor. Now, Rose Perry was an assistant pastor at St. Mark's Baptist Church in Little Rock, one of the biggest Baptist churches in Little Rock. He was one of the pastors that selected, among the thousands of church members, selected about 40 people to be life group leaders. Latasha was one of those people selected. And the group that she was in was one of about 7 or 8 people that Brodus Perry was directly over. And they had a very close, tight-knit group. Brodus Perry took very particular interest in his group. And while Latasha was struggling, seeking this spiritual covering, she reached out to Pastor Perry because she trusted him. She felt like she could be safe talking to him. She did not seek him out for a relationship. They met, had a counseling session where Latasha poured her heart out to him for almost 2 hours in tears, talking about the complete emotional neglect, the lack of love, the lack of attention, and how it made her feel in the marriage that she was currently in. And Pastor Perry listened, but seemed distracted to Latasha. Several weeks had passed and she was still struggling with these feelings, and so she reached out for a second session. And when she talked to Pastor Perry at the beginning, she said, "I appreciate you meeting with me, but I don't understand why when we met, you had your hands shoved in your jacket the whole time I was talking to you." Pastor Perry told her that he was doing that so that he could maintain his professionalism.
Art? Like, what's happening?
As she was pouring her heart out to him, all he could do was think about sleeping with her. And when this counseling session started, within minutes, he grabbed her chair, pulled her to him, and began kissing her.
Wow. Just like that. Just like that. Telling me. You asking me why I mean, because, you know, she initiates the whole conversation. Hey, why did you have your hands in your jacket like that? I'm like, why are you asking me that? What did it bother you? Now all of a sudden, you just get to caress her and just no resistance? No la resistance? You don't feel uncomfortable?
And when this counseling session started, within minutes, he grabbed her chair, pulled her to him, and began kissing her. And this woman who had been so starved for love and affection is finally receiving that.
Oh, so she wanted it and she enjoyed every minute of it. I don't know what she trying to get at right here. Because what you're saying is this woman wanted that love. And she enjoyed it. Oh, man. Trying to make it seem like the dude took advantage of her. It seemed like she wanted that. Sounds like what you saying.
She did not seek it out. But she was receiving. And that session that was supposed to be counseling her through her divorce became the first time that Latoshia Daniels and Brodus Perry had sex.
In the office? Not even in a bedroom setting? Oh, man, okay. oh, she a freak. Right in the office? I mean, listen, hey, I hear that.
Immediately after that, Brodus Perry and Latasha started a relationship. But there were rules to be in a relationship with Brodus Perry.
Shout out to having rules to be in a relationship with the pastor. Hey, we could be, but we got rules. Hey, shout out to rules, man.
She immediately had to download the Confide app Confide is similar to a Snapchat.
Clearly, she's a side piece, and she knows that. Hey, clearly she the side piece, and she got no problem being that at this point. Cause download a Confide app. Are you kidding me?
Where you open the message, you read it, and it disappears, and it's gone forever. That was the only means of communication that she was allowed to have with him, through that app. Brodus Perry traveled with the church. Pastors sometimes had their trips. Church groups had their trips. Latasha was to go on those trips. She had to pay her own way. He could not have his credit card tied with her flights. She was expected to be there. And while they were on trips, they would stay together in a hotel room. If Latasha was inside the hotel room, she was required to be naked, no matter what. She was inside that hotel room. And if she had the audacity to put on clothing inside a hotel room, he would get angry with her.
Sounds kind of weird. Sounds like some obsessive controlling. You gotta be naked, and you was okay with that? Yeah, he paying the bills. Listen, this is somebody that gotta be paying the bills. Like who settles for this type of stuff?
He went so far as to say, if we are ever together and I am suffering from a medical emergency, do not call 911. You call Pastor Pointer.
So you know what that means, right? Hey, chick, if anything happened to me, a medical emergency, I get a heart attack or anything, don't you dare call the police. Call my homeboy and have him call the police. We don't need you. We don't need your name coming up when the people get here no, you a side piece. Yo, you don't even want her calling the police because then her name gonna be on the report. Yo, this is a side piece right here.
To say, if we are ever together and I am suffering from a medical emergency, do not call 911. You call Pastor Pointer. He will get me help.
He gonna get the help. Like, goddamn. He's saying don't even call for help, even though if time is of the essence and that call could save my life, don't you do it. Call Pastor such and such first. And let him make the attempt to call to save my life. Don't you dare. Bro, time be of the essence in those situations, man. You sure you want to call somebody else instead of the authorities to get this guy? He ain't care about none of that. He just cared about the consequences. Don't you dare call 911. I don't care if I'm dying. Don't you dare call 911. Call somebody else.
You don't do it. You get as far away from me as you need to get for nobody to find out about this. By the end of their relationship, one of the
far away from me.
Suffering from a medical emergency, do not call 911. You call Pastor Pointer. He will get me help. You don't do it. You get as far away from me as you need to get for nobody to find out about this.
Don't let the police and the ambulance get here and you here. Boy, that's a side piece who definitely accepted her side piece position.
By the end of their relationship, one of the rules was that Latasha was required to answer him with either yes, sir, or no, sir. Brodus had a lot of rules. And Latasha had fallen so deeply in love with him after being so starved in her past relationship that she was willing to follow him. She was willing to do whatever he wanted her to do because he loved her. She loved him. There was a lot of guilt and a lot of shame around this relationship, though, because she knew that he was married. Now, she was in the process of a divorce, but she knew Tabitha. Brodus was interested in a unique lifestyle, something called ethical non-monogamy. Basically, what ethical non-monogamy teaches is that as long as everyone in the relationship is informed and honest, that even from a marriage, you can have extramarital relationships. Brodus told Latasha this is a lifestyle that he wanted, and that Tabitha would allow him to have it. She was willing to let him engage in this ethical non-monogamy. And Brodus told Latasha, you and Tabitha will be sister wives.
Ethical non-monogamy, whatever that is, man. I'm starting to look into it. Like, what is this? Ethical non-monogamy? Ethical what? These guys found a way to morally cheat. God damn, they found a way to morally cheat on their wives and stuff. Shit. Tell me how you do this again and keep me on morality and integrity. Ethical. What now?
Brodus told Latasha this is a lifestyle that he wanted, and that Tabitha would allow him to have it. She was willing to let him engage in this ethical non-monogamy.
Ethical non-monogamy. Ethical non-monogamy. Listen, man. I can't make this stuff up.
And Brodus told Latasha, you and Tabitha will be sister wives. You will live with us. We will have a life together.
Shout out to the compound.
I just haven't told her. But I will. And so despite the shame and the guilt from this relationship, Latasha proceeded to be clear. As part of this ethical non-monogamy, Brodus had a chat group, and it all started around this book that is kind of the guidebook for ethical non-monogamy. The book is called The Ethical Slut. Brodus made Latasha read that book because it outlined what he was allowed to do. In the big group chats about this book, Brodus developed this kind of side chat that was with him and two other women, where they discussed their ethical non-monogamy.
Anybody want to look into this book? Anybody want to look into this book and see if you can give me a little overview of what? Anybody familiar with this book? These guys are pastors, bro. Like they of the cloth. They are close to God, bro. Yo, Lord of mercy. Shout out to the pastor, man. What you said this was again? The book is called what? The Ethical Slut.
Developed this kind of side chat that was with him and two other women, where they discussed their ethical non-monogamy. Hours and hours and hours, Brodus talked to them via video about how Tabitha was on board with his ethical non-monogamy. So much that when he said, okay, I want to do this, Tabitha said, you should do it with Latasha. She's your person. Let me talk to her. I'll break the ice. Tabitha selected Latasha, is what Brodus was telling the other women in this group. And that Tabitha was completely on board because he was being so honest and so open and so truthful with her, that he was so honest that not only could he have Latasha, he could have another woman too.
Big pimpin'.
He talked about these conversations that Tabitha would have with Latasha, the role that she played in their relationship. Hours on the radio. None of it's true. None of it. Tabitha had no idea that her husband was in this relationship for 2 years.
Like, yes, she
Despite the
did.
fact that he was telling these women that she was completely on board and involved. And despite the fact that he was telling Latasha that she was on board with this lifestyle and that it would be okay. They would all be able to do this together. And so the relationship goes on. They take trips. Latasha buys some lavish gifts. They are happy. They see each other almost every day. They start drinking bourbon together. They start going to cigar lounges together. They start biking together. They join a biking group. They would run together. Full relationship. That Latasha thought Tabitha had sanctioned, even though she didn't know about it.
Hold on. It sounds to me like everything was going good until dude said, yo, I want to break up. It sounds like she was going to miss all them hikings and drinking bourbons. It sounded like she was going to miss all of that. Because it don't sound like there was no problem there. It sounded like everybody was on board. You doing all that with somebody's husband? You spending all this quality time with another woman's husband. It sounds like everybody happy in this at this point, right? So where does it go wrong? When he said he don't want to be with her no more. That's what it seems like here. Seems like everything was good until he said he don't want to be with her.
And towards the end of 2018, Brodus Perry got offered a position at Mississippi Boulevard Baptist Church here in Memphis. It's a big church here in Memphis. It's a prestigious church to be a pastor at here in Memphis. And Brodus talked to Latasha about whether he should accept this offer, and she said, yes, this is a huge opportunity, absolutely. She organized the going away party for him and Tabitha. After Brodus moved in October of 2018, he would come back to Little Rock. He still had his orthodontist in Little Rock, so he'd come back to get his braces tightened. And when he would come in town, he and Latasha would pick up where they left off. But things did start to change in the way Brodus was treating her. And around March the 15th, Brodus came in town and texted Latasha, I'm here at the hotel, come meet me. So she went. And on this day, she had the audacity to be wearing clothes when he walked in. He got very angry with her. And she apologized. And they proceeded to have sex. This was not a day that they made love. This is a day that he had sex with her.
What the hell?
He was demeaning and degrading, borderline aggressive with her, which is something that he had never done before. Pulling her hair, shoving himself into her mouth, hurting her, slapping her. Nothing that she had ever experienced with him before.
Happening.
She felt so used and humiliated and broken by that experience with him, this man that she loved so much and had put so much of her life into, for him to treat her like a piece of trash broke her heart. And that became the second time that she attempted to commit suicide. The next day, she came back to the hotel room with a gun. She told him, "You hurt me so bad. I want you to hurt like I hurt." And she wanted to kill herself in front of him so that he knew what it felt like to break because of somebody that you say that you love. He got the gun away from her, and they talked. Brodus always knew what to say to Latoshia to get her to do what he wanted. And he did on this day. She did not kill herself, but she was still broken. They took some time apart, still talking on the phone, but not seeing each other in person. And on April the 4th, Latoshia of 2019, Latoshia opened her Confide app and saw a message from Brodus. It said something to the effect of, "Our time has come to an end." And that disappeared. He ended their 2-year relationship. There was supposed to be a life with a disappearing past.
What that sound like? I don't know. Is she trying to make a case for why she killed this man? Because I still don't get it, man. All that stuff you said ain't no reason for her to kill this man, bro.
I was right to want to die. And she found herself so deep down in that dark hole that God could not reach her. She didn't think that she deserved for God to reach her. She didn't have a gun anymore because Brodus had taken hers. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, she wrote a letter to her family and left it for them to find in her room. She told them goodbye. She told them that she was sorry. She knows that they will do better without her. Her life didn't matter. They would be better without her name. And around 4 o'clock that afternoon, she didn't even take her purse with her to that gun store. She took her license and a debit card. She went and bought a gun to end her agony. She had chosen a place that was of significance to her to go and commit suicide. It was in Jacksonville, Arkansas, Johnson Park. And as she was driving down the interstate, she just kept thinking, if I could just see him, if I could just talk to him, he would understand. We can be okay again. This doesn't have to happen. I need to see him one more time. Even if this is where this goes, I just need to see him one more time. And she looked up and saw the exit to Memphis. And she took it. She found herself in downtown Memphis, which is a place that she is not accustomed to. And she knew, because they were such regular communicators, she knew that on Thursday nights, Brodus would be at the cigar lounge. So she went to the cigar lounge. As she was walking up, Brodus walked out. She knows her rules. You do not approach him. She's not allowed to approach him because she didn't know if he was with somebody.
Wow.
He had to approach her.
That's
so that
side,
she knew that
bro.
she could talk to him.
That's side piece stuff. That is not nobody that's in a real relationship, bro. That is somebody who completely understand that they are a side piece.
So she sees him and walks directly past him and waited for him to say, Latasha. When he did that, she came back and talked to him. And they talked for a while. She was telling him how heartbroken she was. And he said, it doesn't make any sense that my wife is okay with me having other women, but my girlfriend isn't. And she said, I'll be okay with it. You can do it. If that will fix it, I will do that.
God damn, a jealous side piece. Worst thing you could ever have. A jealous side piece is the worst thing you could ever have. Like, God damn, you jealous? Like, God damn, you the side piece.
We'll give you that. And just like she had so many times in this relationship with him pressuring her to get a watcher or to have a threesome or to engage in this ethical non-monogamy, she gave in. Because she loved him so much that she was willing to do whatever she had to do to keep him. And he said, you haven't been willing to do that so far. She said, well, you haven't even told Tabitha about this. You know, how can I think that you're going to be honest with me when you haven't even told her? And so Berta said, fine. You want to tell her? We'll go tell her. Go to my apartment. Talk to her about tennis. Tell her you're in town for a convention. I've got to run an errand to Pastor Turner's house. I'll be there soon. You go tell her. Latasha said, no, you need to be the one to tell her. I'll be there. I'll go
This don't
there.
make too much sense to me.
We need to tell her.
I'm sorry, this is not making too much sense to me. Maybe, I don't know, man. This story not making too much sense to me.
And so Latasha went to their apartment, where she had never been before. He gave her the address. He had actually given it to her before they even moved out of Little Rock. And so Latasha arrives at this apartment complex that she's never been to at night. She's not from here. She doesn't frequent Memphis. She doesn't know the difference between downtown Memphis and Carterville. She just knows it was dark outside. And she had to walk from her car to the apartment. And as she's sitting in her car, she starts having second thoughts. And she calls Brodus. She said, are you sure we should do this? I'm scared. But she had so much hope at this point. She thought that things were finally falling into place, that they were finally going to tell Tabitha. They would finally be able to be openly and honestly together. And Brodus didn't answer. So Latasha went to the apartment, softly knocked on the door. Tabitha was inside, and she heard something but ignored it. So a couple seconds later, a little bit louder. So Tabitha gets up and goes to investigate, see who's at her door. She looks through the peephole and doesn't see anything. And talking through the door, she says, you know I'm not going to open this door unless I can see you, right? And at that point, Latasha kind of put herself into the frame of the peephole, and Tabitha says, Latasha, is that you? She opens the door, gives Tasha a hug, invites her in. And they talk about tennis, and they talk about her being in town for a conference. And they sit in the living room and chat. Brodus comes home a little while later, walks in, and Tabitha texted him while she and Latasha were talking, said, "I've got a surprise for you." And so he walked in, and he just said, "That wasn't the surprise I was expecting." It seemed very distant. So he sits, kind of makes some awkward conversation with Latasha, small talk, but he won't look at her. He will not acknowledge the elephant that Latasha knows is in the room. He offers her some bourbon. She says sure. Tabitha said no because she had been drinking earlier in the day, so she didn't want any more. And Brodus poured himself some. And they chatted for a few more minutes, but Brodus really started completely ignoring Latasha there. And she saw the writing on the wall that this wasn't going to happen. He wasn't going to tell her. And so she said, "You know what, I'm not going to keep going." But she wanted to talk to him. She wanted to find out why. She said, "Brodus, walk in my car. Southern hospitality, you're the man. You know, will you walk me to my car?" He said, "No, Tabitha will walk you in." She said, "No. Be a gentleman, walk me to my car." And he said, "No, Tab will do it." So Tab got up, started walking out. She did not even understand the enormity of that moment behind her. When he wouldn't even walk outside and take a moment to talk to her.
While he's with his wife. And she's the side piece. Are you kidding me?
When he wouldn't even walk outside and take a moment to talk to her. She put her hands in her pocket and she felt the gun that was in there as she was reaching for her keys. She did not think about what was happening. This was not what she came there to do. In that moment, she broke. And she did shoot Brodus Perry. While screaming, "He broke my heart." And Tabitha ran to shield him and jumped in front of him. And that is when she got struck in the shoulder. And Tabitha said to her, "Latasha, you shot me." And Latasha said, "No, I didn't." She said, "Yes, you did. You shot me." And Latasha said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Tabitha said, "Just go, leave. The police are on their way. Just go." Because Tabitha, when all this started, was already outside. She ran to the neighbor's house, knocked on the door, and said, "Call 911," and then ran back in. Latasha had never threatened her, never tried to shoot her, nothing. This was a moment that broke between Latasha and Brodus, but it was not a moment of cool, calm judgment.
Why does she have the gun?
It is not what that night was supposed to be. That night was supposed to be a start, not an end. But that night, she broke. And she slept with that every day. And it hurts her. She feels shame about what happened. To know that her hands did that. This was not judgment and reflection. This was a break. She just said it. police came, their guns drawn, yelling at her to put down the gun. She didn't even register them. It was found for them. Tabitha said that she was bringing the gun to her head, towards her mouth, not even acknowledging the police. And in assessing the situation, police determined that they should use a non-lethal round. And they shot Latasha in the chest with that non-lethal round. She was thrown to the ground. Did not. The police did not choose to use their firearms. They chose to use a non-lethal round. They actually tried to use a non-lethal round first and the gun jammed. They ran down to their car and ran back up with another non-lethal round. No other shots were fired during that entire time. This was not what this night was supposed to be.
State, you may call your first witness.
State.
That's the opening statements as we heard. So we got where the defense is coming from, and where the prosecutor is coming from. They go through the whole trial. They call their witnesses, and we pretty much hear the details. We know she had the gun she shot. I think we're not going to hear really is the wife's statement. Let's go to her taking the stand in her own defense. Taking a stand in her own defense.
Defense calls Latoshia Daniels.
You can raise your right hand. You swear and affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Latoshia, Latoshia, Daniels, Daniels.
Before we get into all of the allegations here, have you ever testified in a situation like this before?
No,
Is this a comfortable situation?
not at all.
Please let me know if you need anything, okay? I want to talk to you about, first, your childhood. Your childhood, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me about your parents?
My parents, my father was retired military and a minister, and my mom, she was my mother.
Was your biological father the man that you called dad?
No, I was raised by my stepfather, and so I called him father, and my biological father I called Papa.
Now, the dad that you lived with, right? What did he do for a living?
Once he retired from the military, he was, from my knowledge, he worked at M.M. Combs, and he retired from there. And then he began to work for the Salvation Army, where he ran the community community center where the youth would go. And so once he retired from there, he was just home, sitting on the porch and buying land and doing gardens.
At any point did he become an ordained minister?
He did. I was in elementary, but I do recall him becoming an ordained minister.
What would you consider his reputation to have been within your community?
He was highly respected in our community. Everyone knew of my father and respected him well.
And did they know that you were your father's daughter?
Oh yes, to the point to where, like, if anybody seen my sisters and I, they would say, "That's Mr. Briggs' daughters." Like they knew that who we were.
Did that mean something in that community to be his daughter?
Most definitely, and we carried ourselves accordingly.
Now, how were things at home outside of public?
Things at home wasn't as what they seemed in public. My father did physically abuse my mother, and I was the one who would at nights wake up and beg him to stop.
Did you have any siblings in the home?
I did. I had 2 little sisters.
Did the 3 of you hear as your dad would beat your mom?
I'm not sure if they did, but I did, and I often would wake up and ask him to stop, and even sometimes try pulling them apart.
When you were in public, did you let that side of your life show?
Oh, not at all. I went to school and I did the things that I was supposed to do, participated in sports, and just carried myself, I guess, in a normal fashion.
Is that what was expected of you?
Yes, we didn't say or tell what was going on inside of the home.
Now, I want to talk to you about late in your teens, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you were 17, you got pregnant.
I did.
What happened when you got pregnant?
I shared with my dad, well, I don't know if I shared with him or not, but I was told once he found out that I needed to get married.
Did you get married?
I did.
And was that to Rodney?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Rodney?
In the beginning, it was good. We both had graduated from high school, and so we was building a life together. We moved from our hometown to Little Rock, Arkansas, and purchased a home, and we were doing well. Rodney decided to go to police academy, and during that time I helped him. I made sure he studied. I did everything that I could to ensure that he made it through police academy and was successful. Once he, probably months after joining the force, things began to shift. He would ask me to do certain things that I was like out of the norm, but I was in college, and so he would then say, well, you're probably gonna want somebody from college, and I didn't understand that because like I loved Rodney. I wanted our family. But even though we didn't argue, we grew distant, and I never understood why until I found out that he was having an affair.
Did you actually catch him in the act?
Not in the beginning, but during, he decided that we was gonna separate, and one day while I was at school, he had packed up all my stuff, put it in a U-Haul, and drove it to my mom's house.
How long were you married to Rodney?
For 4 years.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did.
Okay. Now, after that divorce, did you attempt suicide?
I actually did it right before we actually finalized the divorce.
Did you commit suicide because of the divorce? I'm sorry, attempt to commit.
Yeah, she threw me all the way off. She's talking to a person who's alive, asking them, did they commit suicide? Threw me all the way off.
Did you commit suicide because of the divorce? I'm sorry, attempt to commit suicide because of the divorce.
Yes, I just didn't feel like I felt like a failure. That was the one thing I felt like a failure. I didn't think that I was enough. And so I didn't feel I had anything to offer.
But you did go on to get an education, right?
I did.
And you didn't let your divorce or your teen pregnancy, you didn't let those things stop you from trying to get better in your life, right?
Right. I wanted to push forward. I wanted to be successful. And I mean, I had to be. So I kept going.
And you eventually became a licensed clinical social worker.
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about your second marriage, okay? That was to Brian.
Yes.
Now, how long were you married to Brian?
I was married to Brian for 8 years.
Was that relationship positive?
No.
Did you feel loved in that relationship?
No.
Did you feel wanted in that relationship?
Not at all.
Would you describe Brian as being emotionally distant?
He very much was so.
Emotionally neglectful?
Yes.
Did you try to get Brian to go into marriage counseling?
Yes, we had a discussion and he didn't want to do it.
Did you determine that you would go get your own counseling?
Yes.
Did you go see a psychologist?
I did not.
Why?
Because of the field that I was in, I just wanted, I wanted spiritual guidance, but also because of me being in private practice, I was afraid of being that individual that was getting the water cooler talk per se. Just in my field, I didn't have anyone that I felt like I could really go to and trust because I was very closed off. I didn't share my business with anybody. And so going through that and being in private practice, I didn't want to take what was my income because I needed to be able to take care of the things in my life. So I did not. But I did know that spiritually I wanted some direction.
Why did you feel like you needed spiritual direction?
Just from my first marriage, when I went to my dad and told him that I was getting a divorce, the one thing he said to me that just resonated with me was that he said he would have gotten an attorney. I'm taking away my children, but it was all just like, I just felt like it was kind of like a punishment from God. And so I just didn't want to be in another failed marriage. I just didn't.
Did your dad consider it your failure that you got divorced?
Yes.
Did you seek out spiritual counseling?
I did.
Now I want to talk to you about St. Mark's, okay?
Okay.
Do you need some water?
Yes.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What is St. Mark's?
It's the church that I attended in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Is it a big church or a small church?
It's a big church.
Did you have any particular role within the church?
Yes. I participated in evangelism, but eventually became a life group leader.
How were you selected to become a life group leader?
One Sunday, was talking to, just in shaking hands with some of the pastors, Pastor Perry, Brodus Perry, he had asked me, he was like, you thinking about being a life group member? And at that time, I was like, I'll consider it. And then eventually I did go ahead and sign up to become a life group leader.
And this was prior to you reaching out for that spiritual counseling, right?
Correct.
How many members go to St. Mark's?
At the time, approximately 6,000.
How many people were selected to be life group leaders?
In our first set of leadership training, it may have been approximately 60 to 80 of us.
Okay. And were you then subdivided into groups?
Yes, we were divided into cohorts.
How many people were in each cohort?
About 8 to 10.
How many people were in your cohort?
It was about 8 of us.
Who was the supervisor, the supervising pastor for your cohort?
Brodus was our leader.
Would you consider y'all's group to have been a close group?
We were very close.
Did you become close with Pastor Perry through that group?
I did.
Is that why you reached out to him for spiritual counseling?
Yes, I trusted him.
Now I want to talk to you about that counseling, okay? When you approached Brodus Perry about counseling, did you explain why you wanted counseling?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I told him that my husband and I were having some marital issues and I just needed to figure out spiritually which direction I just needed some spiritual guidance on direction.
Did Pastor Perry agree to meet with you?
He did.
Where did y'all meet?
We met in my office.
Why?
I didn't feel comfortable with being in the church and I wanted to be in a safe space because this was, again, something that I was not fully embracing, that I had to deal with, and I wanted to be in a space where I knew that I can be able to be vulnerable.
Wow.
During the first counseling session, what did you discuss?
Everything that was going on within my marriage.
How long was the first counseling session?
It was about 2 hours.
Were you emotional during that process?
Yes.
Were you open?
I was.
Did you tell him very personal, private things?
I did.
How long, well, at the end of that session, did you determine at that time that you were going to ask for a second session?
Yes.
How long until you had a second session?
It was approximately 2 to 3 weeks before the next one.
Did it feel good to get all of that off of your chest?
Yes.
Did you reach out to Brodus Perry for a second counseling session?
I did.
Did he say that he would come do a second counseling session?
He did.
When you had your second counseling session, did you ask him about any odd behavior from the first session?
I did.
What was that?
In the first session, from the moment he walked through the door, he had his hands in his coat pocket, his jacket pocket, and he sat there the entire time during the session with his hands in his pocket. So I found that to be a little strange, but I didn't say anything in the first session, so I asked him during the section session, because he came in and he didn't have his hands in his pocket, and I was like, what was that with you having your hands in your pockets? And at that time, he told me it was because he was trying to maintain his professionalism.
Was that the first time that you had any indication that he might be interested in you?
That was the first time.
Did you proceed to start with the second counseling session?
We did.
What happened after you started the counseling session?
As I was talking and sharing, Brodus reached over and grabbed, I had a 2-arm chair, and he pulled me toward him and began to passionately kiss me. And from there, in that session, we did have sex for the first time.
Wow. At your home, at your office, where you feel vulnerable, he gets to kiss you, you know. I mean, man.
Were you proud of that encounter?
In hindsight, no, but at that time, he was giving me everything that I had been missing for a long time.
Wow.
Did you know that he was married?
I did.
Did you know his wife?
At that time, I had seen her at church, but didn't know of her.
You got to know her better later.
Yes.
How did you feel about the fact that Brodus was married?
At that time, honestly, I did not think about it. I knew that we both were married, and I was engaged in what he was giving me.
Had you had any attention like that in a long time?
No, I hadn't.
Had
In
you
years.
had any emotional attention?
Not in years.
Physical attention?
Not like that. No.
After your counseling sessions, did you end up getting divorced?
That was in February, and I did end up getting divorced in December of that year.
That's when it was finalized?
Yes.
And did Pastor Perry encourage you to get divorced?
We talked about it, and there were times whenever we would be on trips, he would make mention of, oh, we can't do that until you get a divorce, or we can't do this until you get a divorce.
Now, I want to talk to you about your relationship with Brodus Perry, okay?
Okay.
After y'all had sex, did Brodus give you any particular instructions?
Yes. He immediately told me to download a app for us to be able to communicate. That app was called Confide.
Tell the jury what the Confide app did.
The Confide app, it's whenever you would send a message, and when you read that message, it would disappear. You couldn't screenshot it or anything like that. It would immediately disappear once you took your finger off the screen.
Did Brodus teach you how to use that app?
As we continued the app, it was probably maybe a week or two later, he found out that if you had, like, other people had your phone number in your phone and they had that app, then they could see you on it. So he had me to change my name on it and also change the way that I attached it to my account. So I went from having my phone number to coming up with a email address. So I made a new email address to be able to attach it that nobody else had.
And he taught you what all you needed to do for that app to do that?
Correct.
So that it could not be traceable back to you?
Correct.
Sounds like both of y'all understood that y'all was keeping a secret. You were married, he were married. Y'all was doing some stuff that y'all not supposed to be doing. I think both y'all understood that what y'all was doing needed to be kept under wraps. I think you was fully complicit with that, yeah.
And he did that all very quickly?
Yes.
Did he have, or was it almost a rule? Was it a rule that you had to use that app to talk to him?
Most definitely. That was our main form of communication. As the relationship went on, if he wanted to use a different form of communication, like an email or maybe even direct messaging, he would then tell me, go to this platform or go to that one. But it was not, if I was to reach out to him without him reaching out to me first, I had to use the Confide app.
Did he set any other rules for your relationship?
Yes. As far as it came to trips that he wanted me to go on with him, I was the one who had to pay my way as far as airfare or travel, and then he would, you know, his words would, he would then take care of the rest, meaning that I would have somewhere to stay. When I was in the hotel rooms, I was to stay naked. I couldn't have on any clothes. I had to, and the only way I would have clothes on is if, like, you know, we were getting ready to go out. But other than that, when in the hotel room, I had to be naked. I couldn't, if something was to have happened to him as far as medically, he did not want me to call 911. I would have to call, who we referenced him as the professor, but it was Pastor Pointer. I would have to call him in order to get him emergency attention. He said verbatim lots of times, do not call 911.
Did he add any rules towards the end of your relationship?
At the end of the relationship, he wanted me to say yes, sir, and no, sir to him.
Now, I want to kind of break those down individually, okay?
Okay.
You were required to use the Confide app.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the travel, okay? What kind of trips did Brodus want you to come on?
The very first one was to Vegas. He had some convention or something that he was at, and so that was the first one. He had invited me to go to Cuba with him that year, but he ended up right at the last minute changing it, saying that Tabitha wanted to go with him, so she went with him, and he was like, well, since you're not going to Cuba, go ahead and sign up to go to Israel for the church group trip. So I signed up to go to Israel and paid my way for that. I traveled with him to Savannah whenever he would go with Pastor Pointer.
Were there some trips that were for the pastors?
Yes.
And then other trips that were for the church group members?
The only church group that trip we went on was to Israel. The rest of them would be if he was doing something on his own, I guess, speaking engagement wise, or if he was following Pastor Pointer.
And then were there also personal trips?
And then we had personal trips.
If Brodus told you that he wanted you to go on that trip, was it expected that you would be on that trip?
I was on that trip.
Now I want to talk to you about the hotel room rule, okay? What would happen when Brodus would walk in and you were wearing clothing in a hotel room?
Once I did it and just, I don't know if I was cold or what, but when he was like, why do you still have on clothes? And when that happened, he withdrew affection from me. Like he was very cold, didn't want to be intimate until after I got undressed. But even then, it was then like a punishment I had to wait for him to decide that he was going to then give affection.
Now I want to talk to you about Pastor Pointer, okay?
Okay.
You called him the professor?
Yes.
What was his position within St. Mark's?
He was the lead pastor of St. Mark.
Did he know about your relationship with Brodus?
Yes, we hung out together a lot.
Do you know, is that why Pastor Pointer was supposed to be his medical emergency contact?
Correct.
Now I want to talk to you about the beginning of your relationship with Brodus, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe y'all's relationship at the beginning?
At the beginning, it was, I'm gonna have to say, amazing. I felt beautiful. He showed me so much attention. We did all kind of things together. It was, even we gelled intellectually. It was a great relationship.
Everything that you didn't have before? Everything
I didn't have before. Even to the fact I show up at my office and he had me a dozen of roses sent to me. It was just like everything that I wanted, everything that I even shared with him that I didn't have, he was giving it to me.
Did you also give him things?
I did.
What kind of things did Brodus like?
As the relationship progressed, he got into cigars, and that was a big thing for him, to the point to where he had someone to draw him up a logo, and then I selected the name, so he became the Smoking Savant. And so the more expensive the cigar, the better for him. Then it went from cigars to bourbon, and he had to have the best of the bourbons.
Did you buy him the best of the bourbons?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy him the best of cigars?
I did.
Smoking and drinking pastor. I don't know what's going on here.
Did you buy him other things?
He wanted this Toomey briefcase for work. I think it was like $400. I got him that. He was working out, and so he needed more workout clothes, and so I purchased him like $400 worth of gear in Nike gear. There was a time when he wanted to redo his closet and get some things organized, and I bought all the organization things to make sure that whatever he needed, I did it so that he could be good.
Did he also expect you to do that?
It got to a point to where it did become an expectation.
At the beginning of your relationship, at some point, did Tabitha go to Florida?
Yes, in 2017, it was around, I think, October. Brody said that he had sent Tabitha back to Florida and that they were separated. He said that he just needed, he was feeling this urge of, he had this thing of saying that he was always wanting to be single. He never knew what it meant to be a single man. And so in that instance, he was sending her back so he could explore that to some degree.
Did he indicate to you that they were separated?
Yes.
How long was she in Florida?
At least after Christmas.
So over a month?
Yes.
2 months?
Yes.
And during that period of time, were you staying with him a lot?
Yes, I stayed probably about 3 or 4 nights with him during that time. And we also went out of the country.
Now, I want to talk to you about when y'all would travel together, kind of what you would, I'm sorry, not when you traveled, the things that y'all would do together.
Okay.
Travel was one of them, right?
Yes.
And did you both get interested in bourbon?
I did start eventually tasting them. He would always ask me to taste and try to figure out as the notes or the the different contents of them, but it wasn't something that I just enjoyed.
What about cigars?
Again, I did begin to smoke certain cigars. He picked out one that was better for me than the others that wasn't too strong.
Did you go with him to cigar lounges?
Yes. Everywhere we traveled, we would find cigar lounges.
Did you actually pay his dues to cigar clubs?
The first, I paid 2 sets of dues. The first set of dues was at Dave's and Sons, and those weren't that much. And then the second one was at a club called 1836.
Were those expensive?
They were $125.
A month?
Yes.
Did he ask you to pay that?
No.
You just did
I
to
did
make him
because,
happy?
yes.
Did you engage in any physical activities together?
We ran together. We eventually began cycling. He got upset with me because I did not purchase his bike. I was like, I can't afford your $2,500 bike and mine, and that did cause him to be upset. But he eventually got his bike and I got mine, and we joined a cycling club together. We also exercised together. We would go swimming. So we did those things.
Around those kind of activities, did you have any particular rules that you had to follow?
Now, if we were at the cigar lounge and we was not hanging out with a certain group, he would have me to call a certain individual to invite her to come so that it looked like it was more of a church thing than it was just he and I hanging out. And that was just kind of the case even with the running. It was going to always be somebody from the church. Even though they didn't know they were a third party, it was the way of being able for us to still be together, but it not look like it was just us together. It would always be someone from the church.
And who made that rule to have somebody else always there?
That was him.
I want to talk to you now about ethical non-monogamy, okay?
Yes.
Did Brodus talk to you about ethical non-monogamy?
Yes.
Was this a lifestyle that he was interested in?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what Brodus told you about ethical non-monogamy? What is it?
It is where individuals are able to have multiple relationships, but everyone in the relationship must consent.
Did Brodus tell you that he had talked to Tabitha about ethical non-monogamy?
He did.
Did he tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet?
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
I mean, listen, let's talk about what's up. I'm listening and I'm like, these people are coming up with new names for stuff that already exists. They want to do polygamy. They want to have open relationships. They want to be able to do swinging and stuff like that, but they don't want to call it that. You say everybody must consent. That's what makes it ethical monogamy. It's like that's pretty much polygamy. Like there's already a name for these things that you're trying to do. You just trying to rename it so that you could feel better about what you're doing. Ethical monogamy? The hell? What are you talking about? Like, what is this? A new idea that nobody ever thought about before? And then you listen to the idea and you're like, bruh, that already exists. It's called something else.
But he just hadn't told her about ethical non-monogamy.
He did.
Did he tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet?
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
So she was not allowed to be open on her side.
Correct.
But he told you that she had given him permission to go outside.
Yes.
Pimping, man.
But he had not told her about you, to your knowledge.
No, not to my knowledge.
Did Brodus ever give you a book to read?
The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I could have a more foundation and knowledge of this lifestyle that he was wanting to be in.
Did you read that book?
I did.
Were you interested in the lifestyle espoused by that book?
No, I was not.
How soon into the relationship did Brodus Perry start discussing this concept of ethical non-monogamy?
Actually, it started, so we were just having conversations about things in life that we wanted to do, bucket list type of things that we were curious in. And at that time, he was like, one of the things I want to do is have a threesome. And I was like, yeah, no, that's nothing I've ever thought about. But he was like, well, I've had one.
I mean, where in the Bible? Which chapter, which book says you can do that, Pastor? Yo, it's Pastor. Yo, this is just nothing but sins. None of this stuff is okay in the Bible, bro. And these dudes is the heads of the. Oh my God.
Before, but I paid for it, and this time I want to have one where I don't have to pay for it. And so he began to speak about the term he would use is Tabitha and I being sister wives. Didn't quite know what that meant, but as things went on, he would start to talk about me watching them have sex.
Coming up with new names for old stuff so that they can feel comfortable about doing it without feeling like they're doing wrong, knowing that they're doing wrong, because they know they're not supposed to be doing this stuff. It's completely against everything that they preaching. But they got to call it a different name so we could package it, so we could do. Well, no, we're not doing the same thing. We're doing an ethical monogamy.
And he was like, but I think she'll be on board with it. Just give it time. But so this would be the dialogue. And that dialogue just continued on to where it went from watchers to now wanting to have the threesomes. And then that's when the ethical slut was introduced. And so it was just like a progression of this lifestyle that he wanted.
So kind of breaking that down, how far into the relationship did he start discuss wanting a watcher with you?
It was pretty early on. I would have to say it was before they took their trip to Cuba, which was around his birthday in May, that he began to talk. He was talking about the watcher. So that was 3 months.
The watcher is definitely not supposed to be no sexual anything. The watcher is supposed to be like some angelic something. Like, look how the watcher now. How the pastor watcher is a watcher for some. Yo, what is going on here, man?
Was that a different trip than the birthday trip that he took where he had the threesome?
Yes, that was a different trip.
Okay.
Let's talk about it.
Did the threesome birthday trip happen while y'all were together or before?
It happened while we were together.
Did you know that he was going to do that?
The threesome trip in Cuba?
No, when he went and paid for the threesome.
Oh, that was well before I knew him.
Okay.
Hold on. Yo, you said the book is $14 on Amazon and $3.99 on the audiobook. I'm saying though, I don't see no need for me to read no book called The Ethical Slut. I don't even know how those two go together. But okay. But there's no need for me, a man, to want to read a book called The Ethical Slut. That might be for women. I don't see no need for me to read it.
At any point, did you watch him and Tabitha have sex?
No.
Was Tabitha ever invited to watch you and Brodus have sex?
No.
Were you comfortable with the concept of a watcher?
No.
Was Brodus persistent about a watcher?
Very much so.
Explain that for me.
Everywhere we went, he would even text me and say, "Hey, you need to find us a watcher. Find us a watcher." And so I got to the point I was like, if I can find somebody, hopefully I can get him to stop.
I mean, this is literally how it goes. Like in regular, like this ain't this. Oh my God! You convince the girl to, you get a girl. This way she feels more comfortable. You know what I mean? Make her pick the girl. Yo, these pastors over there, they want to do porn and all kind of stuff.
So I asked a friend of mine if she would do it for us, and she was like, "If I do, we're taking it to our grave." He had me to tell her to download Confide, and we were able to dialogue three-way. And the things that he was asking her to do, she just backed out.
Did that whole thing make you very uncomfortable?
Very much so.
Why were you willing to even entertain it?
I wanted to make him happy.
So now I want to talk to you about Brodus wanting to expand the ethical non-monogamy. Well, I guess first, was he actually engaging in ethical non-monogamy?
No.
Tabitha had no idea any of this was going on, right?
No.
As far as you knew, she knew that that's what he wanted, but he hadn't told her.
As far as I knew, correct.
And you've heard differently from even that here.
Yes.
Did Brodus ask you about expanding the relationship beyond you?
He did.
When he asked you about that, how did you respond?
I told him I didn't want to.
Did he tell you, well, my wife's on board with it, so why isn't my girlfriend?
That's exactly what he said.
Did that cause problems between you and Brodus?
At first, no, but as it continued to go on, it did. Especially after he joined like this, he called it a book club, but they met on Marco Polo talking about the book, The Ethical Slut, and so the more that he engaged in that, it became to where it was because he was more like, why are you not on board with this? And I'm like, why would I be? Like, it doesn't make sense because we already have limited time together, so why would I say, yes, you can be able to be with multiple women? And so it was that part, it was hard.
Did you love Brodus Perry?
I shouldn't have, but I did.
Were you in love with Brodus Perry?
I was.
Were you wanting to build a life with Brodus Perry?
I wanted what we had at that time, yes.
And y'all saw each other frequently, right?
We saw each other just about every day. I would cook for him, and so he would come to my office to eat lunch. If he didn't come to the office, I would drop it out for him. But it got to the point to where he knew my code to my office, so he would just come in. He knew where to get his lunch, warm it up, and if I had a session, of course, he would wait out in his vehicle. But other than that, he would come in, and we would sit there and have lunch every day.
Lady, you had sex in your office where you be having sessions with people. God damn it.
How did Brodus react when you told him that you were not open to expanding to allow him to have more girlfriends?
He was emotionally distant. Like, well, he would just he would tell me, well, you need to go and find someone. And I'd be like, I don't want anyone but you. And so he knew that would play on like my insecurities. So one time when he said, you need to go out and find someone, I said, well, what if I do? And he said, well, then we won't be together. So he knew that was going to get to me because I wanted to be with him. I enjoyed our time together when we did have it. And so he used the emotional part, the affection. He would give it to me, withdraw it if I wasn't really complying with what he wanted.
Since all of this has happened, have you had time to really retrospectively consider your relationship with Brodus?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I want to talk to you, we'll get back to that. I want to talk to you about that Marco Polo group, okay?
Okay.
Brodus was in an ethical non-monogamy group with 2 other women, right?
Yes.
Were you a part of that group?
I was not.
Were you ever allowed to be involved with that group?
I wasn't.
But you knew about it?
Yes.
Would he have let you contribute?
That was the first time that of any activity that he'd done that he didn't even invite me to do.
Did he actively keep it from you?
I would say so, because with any other thing he did, even to joining like a bourbon society, like we had memberships to a lot of things together, but that was one thing that he did not invite me to.
I want to talk to you about when Brodus and Tabitha Perry moved to Memphis, okay?
Okay.
Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Brodus, right?
To my knowledge, according to him, the pastor from Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Pastor Pointer, and then Pastor Pointer shared that with Brodus.
Had Brodus, to your knowledge, had any issues at St. Mark's?
Yes, he would tell me a lot about conflict that he was having with some of his coworkers. And then there was one instance where, according to him, he had misuse of a credit card.
Your Honor, this is going to the context of their relationship, just getting background on, this is going to her buying things, paying for things. This is a debt that she repaid for him, that's what it's going into.
Ended up getting him 23.
Church, phrase my question. I'm going to rephrase my question a little bit, okay? At some point, did a situation arise where you had to pay back money to the church for Brodus?
Yes.
How much was that?
The debt was $2,500, but I ended up getting him $2,300, and he got very upset with me about it.
Why did he get upset with you about it?
Because he wanted me to do the full price.
And that was not your debt, right?
No.
So, did Brodus talk to you when this other church reached out to him?
He did.
Did he discuss with you whether or not he should accept it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I thought it was a great opportunity for him.
Why?
Because of the things that was being shared to me, that some things he was dealing with within the employment at St. Mark. I thought that would be a great thing for him. So he sent me his resume, told me to change it to a performance-based, and I did that, and he went to the interview.
Is Mississippi Boulevard a prestigious church?
To my knowledge,
And you're not from here, right?
no,
You've never lived in Memphis?
I have not.
Did he eventually, to your knowledge, accept that position at Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes.
Did the church have a going away party for Brodus and Thelma Perry?
I planned a going away party. Actually, he had two. He had one at the Cigar Lounge and then one for the church.
Who planned the party at the Cigar Lounge?
I did.
Who planned the party at the church?
I did.
Who paid for the majority of the gifts?
I did. And then he gave me a backstory on how to be able to elicit money from the other members of the church so that he could have a certain amount of money for when he left.
What do you mean?
Like it was, hey, reach out to the life groups and tell them, I'm going away and we're going to do monetary gifts. So that's what I did.
Did he get monetary gifts from that?
He did.
Before Brodus left, did he give you his new address in Memphis?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about after they moved, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship with Brodus Perry continue after he moved to Memphis?
Yes.
Would Brodus come back to Little Rock?
He would.
Do you know why he would come? Why he would come back?
Yes. The main reason why he would come back is because of his orthodontics appointments, and then also he was building up a business and a consulting business, and he was beginning to he had one client that he was coming back to begin to do some consulting with.
What would happen when he came in town between the two of y'all?
We would meet up at the hotel and hang out.
I want to, and was that he would come in town and he would contact you?
Yes.
And y'all would get together?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about April the 15th. I'm sorry, not April the 15th, March the 15th of 2019, okay?
Okay.
Did Brodus come in town that day?
He did.
Did he text you?
He did.
Did you meet him at the hotel?
I did.
Do you recall what hotel?
I think it may have been Spring Hill.
What happened after you went to the hotel?
The first time I went to the hotel, it was, just a drop off. He had asked me to go buy him something to eat and to stop by and get him some bourbon. After I brought that to him, we made an agreement to meet up later on. I had called him and as it was getting later and say, hey, what time are we going to meet up? And he was just like, I don't know, I'll let you know. But he never called. So I was at home and I was like, I'm just gonna break up with him. Like I'm not gonna do this treatment. Like no. I went to the lounge. I still had some gifts to give him, and he was coming out. And I said, unlock your car, and I started putting the gifts in. Well, once he got closer to me, he just hugged me and gave me the key to the room and was like, go to the room. So I was like, okay, and I did.
Once he hugged you, was it all better?
It was.
Is that kind of how it went with Brodus?
Yes.
So tell me about what happened after that.
That was one of the times that I still had my clothes on. So of course, when he got in there, he's like, "Why you still got clothes on?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I got undressed.
Damn it, big pimpin'.
I did tell him. I said I was coming to break up with you because of the way you were treating me, and he laughed it off and was like, "Well, why didn't you?" And I was like, "Because I really do love you."
You coming and take your clothes off. Okay.
He came over to the bed, started tickling me. We laughed it off, and then as we began to engage in what I thought was going to be lovemaking was not that night.
Can you tell me what happened?
As I was performing oral sex on him, he began to thrust himself inside my mouth really hard. And I told him that was hurting. Then he grabbed my hair. I had long hair, and he wrapped my hair around his hand, and he started yanking it. And when he wasn't thrusting himself in my mouth, he was pulling my hair really hard. And with his other hand, he would just hit me and hit me and hit me. And I was like, this is hurting. And he was like, you better not bite me. You better not bite me. And then after that, we had sex, and it was just rough, and it was hard, and it was just not what I was used to. And then once we finished, something he never ever does was he rolled over and just gave me the cold shoulder. And I was like, you're not going to hold me? And he was like, no. And just went to sleep.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used.
Did that affect you emotionally?
Yes. I was just like, what is always happening to me?
Did you decide anything when you were in that emotional state?
Well, that particular night, that morning, we stayed the night together, and that morning he got up, And he left. He was getting dressed, and I was like, "Where are you going?" Like, we always showered together. And he was like, and I was like, "Where are you going with still smelling like me?" And he was like, "None of your business." I was like, "Since when did you not tell me your schedule?" And he left. Well, he was getting ready to leave, so I got up and I got dressed. And as I got dressed, I grabbed the key card for the room off the thing, and he laughed it off, and I left. And later on, I texted and said, "Hey, are we meeting up again?" And he was like, "I'll let you know." Of course, the day went on. I had rearranged everything, thinking that he was going to end up we would see each other earlier that day, but I didn't. And so that night, when I still didn't hear from him, I decided to head to the room. And as I was going, he was there. But in my wanting to head to the room, I had made the decision that I was going to kill myself in front of him, because I just wanted him to feel the pain that he was causing me. So when we got in the room, he was already in there by the time I parked and got in. And I pulled out my gun and I told him, "You're about to feel the same pain that you've been giving me."
Did you ever threaten him?
No.
Did you threaten yourself?
I told him I was going to kill myself.
What did he do?
He began to tell me no, and he kept saying that he loved me and that we can fix it. And I was just like, "No, you're treating me so bad." And he was just like, "That's not, I love you, I love you." And eventually he talked me into putting the gun on the counter and coming over and sitting and talking to him.
Did that restore a reason for you to live in that moment?
It did.
Was this the first time that you had gotten to the point of hopelessness, that you felt like you needed to kill yourself?
Not in a relationship, no.
Have you struggled for a long time with depression and suicidal ideations?
Yes.
After Rhodas convinced you to put down the gun, did he take the gun away from you?
No.
Did he take the gun from the counter?
It wasn't until I got ready to leave when I went back to try to get it, and then he pushed me out of the way and he got it.
He didn't want you to be able to leave with the gun?
No.
And was he worried what you would do with it?
Yes, but he made me promise to meet him the next morning at the lounge.
Do you know where he put the gun?
At that time, I did not.
But he kept it from you, right?
Yes.
And you later found out that he had placed it in a locker at the cigar lounge?
Yes.
After that happened, did you realize that you needed a little bit of time?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a plan to go and be with my friend. She is a therapist, but I just needed to get away, and she had an extra room. And so I just told her that I needed her to watch me and to just be there if I needed her. And
was she in Little Rock?
She lived in Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
So how far away from Little Rock?
About a 45-minute drive.
Is she someone that you also worked with?
Yes.
At that point in time, were you pretty desperate?
Yes, I even was going to go and be with another friend of mine who was a clinician, but she lived in St. Louis. But she then, by the time it was for me to leave one friend to go to her, was then going through some marital issues herself, so I decided not to go to her house.
During the time that you stayed with your friend, were you speaking with Rhodas?
Very limited.
When you got back to Little Rock, did you resume speaking with Rhodas?
I did.
Were y'all still together at that point?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about April the 4th, 2019, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the text that you got on April 4th?
I had sent our regular good morning text. I didn't hear anything from him that morning. And then later in the afternoon, I seen where he had responded. And so I opened it up. And it said, "I think our time is up." So he had broke up with me via disappearing text.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used and worthless, and I just felt like trash. Like, who does that to somebody who they say that they love?
How did you react after you read that?
I wrote a letter. I wrote a suicide note to my family, because I was just like, I'm tired. I'm tired of the pain. I'm tired of it all. And I just wanted I wanted the pain to end. So I wrote a note and made a plan to take my life.
You're on a man approach the witness? Yes. Latasha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the note that I wrote to my family.
Your Honor, I ask that that be made the next numbered exhibit. In objection. Objection, Your Honor. 22.
We'll show the suicide letter as exhibit 22.
Latasha, can you tell me the date and time of that letter?
April 4, 2019 at 3:14 p.m.
Can you read that letter to the jury?
To my family, I'm sorry that I have let you down. I tried my best to be the person you all thought I was. I tried to be the person you could count on and be proud of. However, I have been depressed for a long time. I did well with coping until the past 2 years. My world changed February 24th, 2017. And the shit just keeps getting worse. I know what I have been through may be nothing to some. And you don't understand why I couldn't bounce back. I have fought hard for so long to keep things together. I didn't trust anyone to know deep down how bad I was struggling. Only a handful few people knew, but they couldn't help me. To my fellas, I'm so sorry that I have let you down. I have fought hard to be the best mother I could be to each of you. I pray that what I have taught you will stick with you forever. Please don't be ashamed of me. Mother, thank you for being my mother. Please know that although you didn't think I loved you, I really did. I wanted so badly for us to be close. There was many times I just wanted to crawl into your arms and have you hold me. I'm sorry for being a failure. I tried to make you proud of me. Words can't explain or express the pain I feel at this moment. I have pretended for so long to be happy. I have tried to work through the pain and begin to heal, but just as my life would have it, yet another loss appears to remind me just how much of a failure I am. I don't have any insurance and I don't have any money, so please just have me cremated and don't worry about a service. I don't want to be a burden. I'm sorry for letting all you down. I love you all so much, and I wish I could live myself as much as I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. This got out of hand, but it says, I'm sorry for letting all of you down, and I love you all so much. I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how to continue bearing the pain I have felt for over 25 years of my life. With each loss, hurt, disappointment, etc. I've experienced through the years, it only added to my current state of mind. I thought I could continue to push through and be strong, the strong Tasha everyone know, but I can't. I'm weak, and I have been for over the past year and a half. I thought I would bounce back. I prayed consistently, but I guess God no longer hears my prayers since I wasn't doing His will. I'm not perfect. I've messed up so many times in my life. The thing I wanted to be the most successful in, I messed up not once, but twice. Well, really 3 times. I will leave that for you all to find in my journal.
You read that at 3:14 p.m.?
Yes.
Where did you leave that?
I left it in my phone because I knew my little sister would find it because she helped me with my appointments. And that's the phone she used for making my appointments.
Did you leave it for her to find?
Yes.
What did you do after you wrote that note?
I drove to Sherwood to go purchase a gun.
Why did you go purchase a gun?
Because I didn't have my other one.
What was the purpose of the gun?
I wanted to end my life, and I felt like that was going to be the best way to do it.
When you went to that store, were you buying a gun to kill yourself, or were you buying a gun to kill someone else?
I was buying a gun to kill myself. I had a whole plan.
What was your plan?
I didn't want to do it at my house because my son lived with me. So I decided, as I was just thinking about all the pain, to go to this park in Jacksonville, Arkansas.
How far away from Little Rock was that park?
Jacksonville might be about a 20-minute drive from my home. And the reason why I chose that was because that's where Brodus was. He wasn't from Jacksonville, Arkansas, but the Jacksonville part of it was attached to him. And the name of the park was Johnson Park, which was attached to my second ex-husband. And then Ray Road my daddy's middle name was Ray, so I just associated with all the pain from the men in my life, and so that's where I was gonna go.
Kiss my cheeks.
How did you go there?
I was gonna drive in my car. It's from my home. It would have been straight down 440.
Is that an interstate?
Yes.
What happened while you were driving to Johnson Park?
As I was driving, I saw the Memphis exit, and so then I was like, "Go talk to him, Tasha. Just go let him see you. Go see why." And that's what I did. I just drove so I can see him face to face and hope that I can get something from him besides the fact that he broke up with me with a disappeared text. And as I was driving, he did text me, and as he was telling me that he still loved me. So I was trying to just figure out what was going on.
What did you do after you saw the Memphis exit?
I took it, and I drove to Memphis.
Where did you go?
I went down to where I knew he would possibly be, which was a lounge. I guess it's in the downtown Memphis area called The Pocket. At the time, I think it was a fairly new lounge that he, when he got employment at Mississippi Boulevard, one of the members there had told him about.
Did you go to The Pocket because Brodus told you he goes to The Pocket on Thursdays?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I don't. I just know it was dark. And I know that I circled around for approximately 30 minutes trying to find a parking spot because I didn't know that you couldn't like park on the street. Like everything down there was paid. Yeah.
Just to back up for a second, when you went to the gun store to buy the gun to kill yourself, what did you take with you?
Just my license and my debit card.
Where was your purse?
I guess I left it at home.
Did you bring just necessities with you to the gun store?
Yes.
And you left the gun store right after you finished purchasing the gun, right?
Yes.
How did you select the gun?
I went with what was the cheapest that was on. They have a wall that has all the guns, the names, and the prices, and I just chose the cheapest one.
How did you select ammunition?
Whatever the guy told me to get, I got it. Because I was about to walk out the store till he was like, do you need ammunition? I was like, oh, yeah. And so he told me whatever he recommended, I was like, yes.
And did you see on the video where he was showing you different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Is that what he was saying?
Right. And I told you couldn't hear, but I was like, I don't know. Just whatever you tell me.
When you left the gun store, what did you do with the gun?
I think it was still in the bag. I went home because I did wanted to leave my son something. So I had stopped at the ATM and got out whatever money I could get. And so when I got home, I put that in his room, and then I changed clothes and I dumped some bullets out on the bed and just grabbed a handful of them and took the gun and left the house.
What did you do with the handful of bullets in the gun?
Once I got in my car, because I was trying to hurry up and leave because I didn't want him to come home while I was there, I loaded the gun in my car. And once whatever was left over, I put everything into my coat pocket that was sitting in the passenger seat.
Now, when you parked downtown, where did you go?
I started walking in the direction which I knew the lounge was. And once I got on the street, I started walking up the street, and I actually saw Brodus coming out of the lounge, and I walked past him.
Were there any rules in your relationship regarding how to behave when you saw him in public?
Yes, I was not to approach him because I never knew who he may have in his company. So I was not to approach him, but if he acknowledged me, then I could have, talk to him.
Did you come within his sight?
Yes.
Did he acknowledge you?
Yes.
You actually walked right?
I walked past him, and so he said, so you're just going to walk past me and not say anything?
At that point in time, did y'all engage in a conversation?
Yes.
After you talked with Brodus, what did y'all figure out?
Well, we decided that because his thing was I still wasn't wanted to be on board with him and this non-monogamy and have been able to see other women. So we came to I told him, well, we still haven't told Tab. You've always said something about telling Tab, so we haven't told Tabitha. And he said, okay, we'll tell Tabitha. He told me to go to the apartment and just talk to her about tenants until he got there, and that once he was there, we would tell her. He had to go to his boss house to drop off something. And so he gave me a backstory as to what to tell her if she asked me while I was in town, and we left. But before leaving, we came to the resolve that once we told Tabitha about the relationship, we had a trip that was planned to go. We was going to Kentucky. If she said yes, then that would be a new start, a fresh start. But if she said no, then that would be the trip that we would end.
Did Brodus indicate to you that he was going to tell Tabitha while y'all were at the apartment?
Yes.
About your relationship?
Yes.
And what would have happened, or would you have been allowed to tell Tabitha without his okay?
I didn't know.
What would you have been able to continue a relationship with Brodus if you had done that?
No.
So I want to talk to you then about when you left downtown, okay? Mm-hmm. Where did you go?
I put in the address that he had given me, And so that address did say Collierville. I didn't know how far away it was or anything. I just placed it in the GPS.
Do you remember what time you arrived at the apartment?
I know it was late. I just remember when we were there and we were talking, I remember the news coming on.
Probably around 9 o'clock?
Yes.
So you left Little Rock, Arkansas at approximately 5 o'clock, right? And drove to downtown Memphis, right?
Yes.
That takes about 2.5 hours?
Yes.
How long would you say that you were talking with Brodus?
We talked for a while because I remember the valet pulling the car up a ways and getting out, and just because he was sitting in there waiting on him and we never did, so he just pulled it up and we continued to talk.
So then you left downtown, it was dark?
Yes.
Drove to Collierville?
Yes.
What did you do when you arrived at the apartment?
I circled around because it was dark and I really couldn't see like numbers or anything. So I circled around, and then I guess eventually I found the building number and I parked and found my way to their apartment according to the address.
If I may just have one moment, Your Honor. This is part of Exhibit 12. Latasha, is that your car?
Yes.
Is this also a photograph of your vehicle?
Yes.
Which vehicle is yours in that picture?
The silver one?
This one?
Yes.
While you were sitting in your car, did you call Brodus?
I did. And I shared with him that I was a little nervous and could we just go somewhere and talk? And he said, no, you wanted to talk to Tabitha, we're going to talk to her.
Did he answer every time you called him?
I didn't call him a lot, but I did that night.
Before you walked inside, was there a time you called him and he didn't answer?
No.
Okay, not that you recall?
Not that I recall.
After you had talked to him and he said, no, we're going to do this, what did you do?
I went to the apartment and knocked on the door.
Were you wearing your coat?
Yes.
When did you put on your coat?
When I got out of the car to go to find him at the lounge.
Is that when you were walking around downtown at night by yourself?
Yes.
Did you ever take your coat off after leaving downtown?
No.
When you left downtown, how would you describe your feelings?
I was a little hopeful. I was like, okay, maybe, we can get some resolve. We can get back to normal. And so that's what I was focused on.
And when he insisted on telling Tabitha, did you get even more hope?
Yes.
So what did you do? Did you get out of your car?
Yes, I got out of my car.
Were you still wearing your jacket?
Yes.
Did it register to you that you had a gun in your pocket?
It did not.
Did you go to the apartment?
I did.
What did you do when you got to the door?
I knocked on the door. And I can't remember, but I ended up bending down. And that's when she said, I'm not going to open the door for someone I don't see. And so I knocked again, and that's when she was like, Tasha, is that you?
What do you mean you bent down?
I don't know if, I couldn't remember if it was time or something. I just remember bending down, which is why she didn't see me when I knocked the first time.
Couldn't remember trying to hide either?
You just don't remember?
No, I don't, yeah.
Who answered the door?
Tabitha.
What did she do when she answered the door?
She, once she opened it, she embraced me and said hello and welcomed me in.
Did you go inside?
I did.
Where did you go when you went inside?
She positioned for me to toward the couch, and she sat on one end and I sat on the other.
And that would be Your Honor, if I may put, this is part of the cumulative exhibit. Is this the couch that you're referring to?
Yes.
And you were seated on this side?
I was.
And Tabitha was seated on this side?
Yes.
Did you talk to Tabitha?
Yes, we talked. We talked about tennis, but right before we kind of got into the tennis talk, she had made a phone call to Brodus.
And what did she say to him?
She told him, she asked how long it was going to be before he got there. And then she told him she had a surprise for him.
When Tabitha let you into the apartment, did she close the door behind you?
Yes.
You and Tabitha were sitting alone in the apartment with a closed door, right?
Yes.
Would anybody outside of the apartment have been able to see in through that door?
No.
How long did you sit talking with Tabitha?
Again, I know the news ended up coming on, so maybe 15 minutes or so.
At any point, did you pull your gun out and threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, did you verbally threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, were you trying to hurt Tabitha?
Not at all.
Were you happy to be there about to have this conversation with Tabitha?
Yes.
Was Brodus there yet?
No.
Now I want to talk to you about when Brodus Perry arrived, okay?
Okay.
When he walked in the door, could you see him?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he saw you?
When he came in, he didn't look surprised or anything, which is what I thought he would do since he knew I was going to be there. But he was just like, I think Tab was like, surprise. And he was like, this is not a surprise. I thought you had some keto cookies for me. And from there, he was like, what are you doing here? And then I went with the story again that I was in town for a conference. And we just kind of started engaging in small talk. He came and sat beside me. And then after about a minute or so, was like, would you like a pour?
What is a pour?
A pour is some bourbon.
Did you accept the pour of bourbon?
I did.
Where was Brodus seated?
He was approximately a foot or two from me.
I'm putting back up from the cumulative exhibit.
That blue chair?
This blue chair right
Yes.
here? And you were seated here?
Yes.
And Tabitha was still seated here?
Yes.
After you accepted the pour of bourbon from him, did he make any comments about you drinking?
He came back and sat down, and as we were talking, he would make references to me drinking and would say, well, I think you're going to have to stay the night. So I'm thinking, okay, well, this is about to get into this conversation. But he never would give me eye contact. But he would continue to make, like, we have to clean out the bed in there because it has a lot of clothes on it. And, but I'm still looking at him to get, like, to see where you're going with this. But he never did lead into the conversation. He actually started asking me questions like, so where are you staying in Memphis? And I'm like, that wasn't part of what you told me you was going to say. So I don't know Memphis. He knows I didn't know Memphis. And so I didn't know what to say. I finally said an Airbnb. And then Tabitha was like, where? And I was like, downtown. And then that conversation ended. And he continued to say something about me staying the night, but never going into the conversation of what we were supposed to be talking about.
Had you ever been into that apartment before?
No.
On April the 4th, when you were there, what part of the apartment did you go into?
I walked through the front door, which led into a small little hallway and right into their kitchen area.
And then into the living room?
And then into, yes.
Did you go into any bedroom?
No.
Right, this is part of the cumulative exhibit 13. Did you ever go into the guest bedroom?
I did not.
What is all over the bed in the guest bedroom?
Clothes.
Had you seen that?
No.
But those are the clothes Brodus was talking about?
Yes.
When he was talking about clearing off the bed, you sleeping over, did you think that was his jumping off point to talk to Tabitha?
I thought so.
How were you feeling at that point?
Very nervous.
Were you also excited?
I think I was more nervous because I just didn't know which way it was going to go, but hopeful.
At some point, you lost hope.
Yes.
And you said you were going to leave.
Yes.
Why did you decide to leave?
I saw that it wasn't going anywhere. Like I said, he was not giving me eye contact. So I knew, or I felt like he had changed his mind. And I just didn't want to keep sitting there feeling, at that point, stupid.
What happened after you said you were going to leave?
Tabitha got up, he got up, and so she began to tell me about watching for the police, because I had been drinking.
Had you drank a lot?
No, not at all. But she still was just letting me know. And she began to walk toward the door. And I asked him, would he walk me out? He said no. And I said, why not, sir? That's Southern hospitality for you to walk a woman outside when it's dark. Because I wanted to just get him to see, like, what happened. Why didn't you follow through? But he refused to walk me out. So Tabitha opened the door and was walking out. I was still trying to get him to walk me out. And as I reached into my pockets to get my keys, I remember being outside the door, and then the next thing, I was standing in their kitchen.
Do you deny that you shot Brodus?
Really? He just forgot everything else after that. I just reached in my pocket, felt the gun, and I just remember being in the kitchen. What? Really? The whole time, you ain't realized you had a heavy gun in your pocket. You ain't move around and nothing ain't make you realize it. Come on, man.
Keys. I remember being outside the door, and then the next thing, I was standing in their kitchen.
Do you deny that you shot Brodus Perry?
I do not.
Do you deny that you shot Tabitha?
I don't, but I know it wasn't intentional.
Did you mean to shoot Tabitha?
No, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody.
When you went to that apartment that day, did you intend to use your gun on either Brodus or Tabitha?
No.
When you went there, what was your purpose in going there?
Thinking that I was going to get some kind of ending to the relationship.
And what do you mean?
Like, okay, of course, after I got to, talking to him at the lounge, we had a plan. It was either going to be a start or an ending, but it was something that I could see, like I knew it wasn't just a disappearing text but it's still, I love you, So I went to the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better word, to get some resolve.
And then what? Then go kill yourself? Make it make sense. So you brought the gun so that after you guys have the conversation, you could go to the park and steal off yourself. Like, what are we talking about? Why you still got the gun then?
Did you have hope, given that Tabitha was open to the open marriage?
I was nervous about that because, like I said, he had told me she had these rules about not nobody that you know and things like that. So I'm like, she knows me, so I don't know what that was going to be like. I didn't even think about anything beyond that.
As far as Tabitha goes, this is a person that you became friendly with, right?
Correct.
How did you balance that with having an affair with her husband?
It was very hard. She, like, we started off, she had approached me to invite me to lunch. It came out of nowhere, and I didn't know, like, what was really going on, because by this time, Brodus had been talking about us being sister wives, and so when she asked me, I was a little confused, because I'm like, okay, has he talked to her about it? But she never said anything about our relationship. Even when we began to play tennis, it was her who initiated it, so it was uncomfortable for me, but we were friendly, and it was hard. But I still did it because I wasn't going to tell her because I love Brodus.
When Brodus told you that he wouldn't walk you outside, he said, Tab will do it. How did that make you feel?
Rejected. Unworthy. Stupid. I was so stupid. And it hurt so bad.
Were you angry or were you hurt?
I was hurt.
Were you thinking clearly when you pulled the trigger?
No.
Were you reacting to that situation?
Yes.
Was that a traumatic situation for you too, in retrospect?
Oh, yes. I hate what happened. I'm so very sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody. I've spent most of my life helping. I never would intentionally try to hurt anybody.
Did you ever plan to kill Brodus Perry?
Never.
When you drove to Memphis, were you driving to Memphis to kill Brodus Perry?
No.
Why did you drive to Memphis?
I drove because I just wanted to see him.
Why?
I wanted him to explain why he did that.
Did you hope he would say, we can be together?
Yes.
Did he give you that hope when you went to the apartment?
He did.
Did he yank that hope away?
He did. As he often did.
Did you break in that moment?
I shattered.
Did you ever intend to hurt Tabitha?
No.
Did you even realize that you had shot her?
No.
That's all I have. Cross-examination.
Ms. Daniels, I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019, at around 4 o'clock. You remember yesterday when we introduced that surveillance footage of you at the gun store, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you know that that was you in the gun store.
That was me.
This cross-examination is 3 minutes long. This is a short cross-examination. Hold on. God damn it.
You remember yesterday when we introduced that surveillance footage of you at the gun store, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you know that that was you in the gun store.
That was me.
And you purchased a gun that day.
I did.
And you also purchased ammunition that day.
I did.
And when you went to that gun store, you brought your state-issued ID, correct?
Yes.
And you brought your credit card, correct?
I did.
And once you left with that gun and the ammunition, you didn't go to Jacksonville, did you?
No.
You drove to Memphis.
No. I drove home.
But you eventually ended up in Memphis, did you not?
That is correct.
And you chose to go see Brodus Perry, correct?
Yes, I chose to go see him.
A man that you chose to be involved with.
When I first encountered Mr. Perry for counseling, I did not choose to be with him. I went to him for direction, not a relationship.
It's a yes or no question. You chose to be involved with him after you met him, did you not?
Yes.
And when you got to Memphis, and after you talked to Mr. Perry, you drove to his apartment, correct?
Yes, I drove to his apartment.
And from Sherman, Arkansas to Memphis, it's about a 3-hour drive, right?
According to what has been said, I wasn't counting.
And when you got to that apartment, you talked to Mrs. Perry.
Yes.
And when you got to that apartment, you stayed there and you talked with her for about 20 minutes. Correct?
Yes, we talked for about 20 minutes.
And then once Mr. Perry got there, you talked to him.
Yes.
And while they were gracious enough to walk you out of their apartment after an unexpected visit, you got your gun out, didn't you?
It wasn't unexpected for him.
But for Miss Perry, it was.
It was.
And after you exited, you decided to take your gun out, correct?
No.
And after you exited, you shot Mrs. Perry, did you not?
My
Yes or no?
actions resulted in them being shot, yes.
And then you shot Mr. Perry, did you not?
It wasn't a conscious decision, but yes.
But you didn't do it because you lost control. You did it because you thought he deserved it.
No. I love Brodus. I would have never intentionally hurt him. No, ma'am.
You did it because he broke your heart.
No, ma'am.
No further questions, Your
Damn. Damn.
Were you in a good state of mind that day?
I was not. I was
Whole
not.
day?
I was not my healthy self. No.
Damn.
When you came to Memphis, did you come to Memphis out of anger or out of love?
I came out of love.
Did Brodus expect you to be there when he walked in?
Yes.
Did that visit go the way that you expected it?
It did not.
Did it end the way you expected it to?
It most definitely did not.
Did you go there to hurt anyone?
No, I did not.
Who did you plan to hurt
I
that
wanted
day?
to hurt myself. I wanted to end my own life that
In
day.
Memphis?
That's it, and that's all.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Yeah, so they're gonna do the closing arguments. You know, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat, man. That was a short, tell you, extremely short cross examination. It was straight to the point. You went and bought the gun, went home, loaded the gun, drove to him, and killed him. Case closed. All right, no further questions. What we doing here? All right, closing arguments.
You may be seated. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed lunch. I was ready to go forward with the closing arguments. Stay.
You broke my heart. I felt used. He broke up with me in a disappearing text message. Who does that to someone that they love? I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. These are the words of the defendant, Latoshia Daniels. And earlier this week, we told you that you would hear a lot of testimony. You would see some pictures, you would see some videos, but most importantly, we wanted you to pay attention. And a key part of paying attention is not getting distracted, not getting confused as to who the victim is. The victims in this case are Mr. and Mrs. Perry, not the defendant. The decisions that she made caused them to be victims.
Damn.
And once we're finished here today, you'll see that this case really isn't that complicated. It's kind of easy. She's charged with 3 counts: first-degree murder, criminal attempt first-degree murder, and employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. First-degree murder, and you'll see this in your jury instructions, is defined as a premeditated killing of another. 1, the state has to prove that the defendant unlawfully killed a victim. 2, the defendant must have acted intentionally. 3, the killing must be premeditated. So, what is considered unlawful? Well, what is considered unlawful killing? One example can be the defense of others or yourself. Intentional. What does it mean to be intentional? Does it seem like an accident? Does it seem like a mistake? Your jury instructions say that something is intentional if it's a person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of another person. Number 3, premeditation. The killing has to be premeditated. And as we learned in voir dire, premeditation doesn't have to be a specific length of time. It could be 2 seconds, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. There's no time frame. It just means that you had to think about your actions and you had time to reflect. That could be as simple as stepping out of your car, raising your arm, and the time it takes you to point the firearm at someone and shoot and kill them. Or in this case, it could be driving to the gun store, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, leaving the gun store, driving 3 hours to Memphis to your married ex-boyfriend's house, and knocking on their door. So this week, we started off hearing from Tabitha Perry. She testified that her husband was an executive pastor in Little Rock, and later he moved to Memphis along with her for a new position at Mississippi Boulevard, a prominent church here in Memphis. She also testified that they knew the defendant. They knew her from Little Rock when he was previously working over there. And on April 4th, 2019, Mrs. Perry heard a knock at her door. When she went to her door, the defendant was standing there. Now, she thought it was odd that Ms. Daniels was standing there, but she didn't think too much of it because they had given their address out to several people at the church in Little Rock. After she let her in, Mrs. Perry and the defendant sat and talked about 20 minutes until Brodus Perry showed up. When Mr. Perry showed up, the defendant even told you that they sat and talked for a while. She even took a drink. And once she decided that it was time to go, Mrs. Perry and Mr. Perry led her out of their doorway. And as Mrs. Perry was leading her out of the doorway, she turned back and she saw the defendant reach into her coat pocket, remove a gun, and shoot Mr. Perry in his own doorway. Once she did that, Mrs. Perry looked to her neighbors for help. She tried to get help, and then when she saw her husband lying on the ground, she went to go help him. She pleaded with the defendant, "Why are you doing this? Why is this happening? Please stop." Well, not only did the defendant not stop, she shot Mrs. Perry. And not only did she shoot Mrs. Perry, she reloaded her gun.
That's what's killing me. Like, so Mrs. Perry didn't get shot the first time. She got shot after you done shot her husband and she came back. You shot Miss Perry, bro. She intentionally shot Miss Perry, bro. There's no way. How you end up shooting Miss Perry? While you were shooting her husband, she ran, got help, went to the neighbors to tell them call the police, come back, and then you shoot her? Is that, man, that's great. And then reload. What you reloading for?
After Mrs. Perry, we heard from Detective Roberts. Perry, she reloaded her gun. After Mrs. Perry, we heard from Detective Roberts. He testified that the very weapon that was used to shoot Mr. and Mrs. Perry was purchased hours prior to this incident. He testified that the defendant purchased that firearm at a gun store at around 4:30 that same day in Sherman, Arkansas. Detective Roberts told us that he spoke to Ray Palladino, the general manager of that sporting goods store. From Mr. Palladino, he received the surveillance footage. And that surveillance footage showed the defendant coming in, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, and leaving. Mr. Palladino also provided Detective Roberts with a receipt. That receipt had the defendant's first and last name on it. It had the serial number of the Ruger handgun that she purchased, and the last 4 digits of her credit card. It's the same credit card that Detective Roberts discovered in the defendant's vehicle when he searched it. We also heard from Dr. Curry. Now, Dr. Curry testified that she performed Mr. Perry's autopsy. She testified that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death was homicide. She testified to recovering the bullets, placing them in an envelope, initialing and dating them, and leaving them to be picked up. But Dr. Curry isn't the only doctor we heard from. Defense put on Dr. Bidding. Dr. Bidding was hired by the defendant and her team. And you heard her, she testified that she has testified for more defendants than she has prosecution. And ladies and gentlemen, think carefully about what she told you. She told you that depression and someone being suicidal does not mean that they cannot form the intent to kill someone. She also told you that she didn't even offer an opinion as to the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. So what do we need? We need an unlawful killing, intent, premeditation. Unlawful killing. Well, there was no self-defense claim, and the only other firearm found in the residence, found in the crime scene, was in a box under a nightstand in a completely separate room. Intent. I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. He broke my heart. You heard that from the defendant herself. Premeditation. We'll take your pick. Whether it's the drive to the gun store, the time it took to purchase, choose a firearm and ammunition, the time it took to drive 3 hours to Memphis to her ex-boyfriend's house, or the 20-minute conversation she had when she finally went up to their apartment. Criminal attempt first-degree murder. So in your jury instructions, you'll see what's on the screen right here. And that's a lot of words. But the judge is giving you the law. And the best way that I can describe it is that the defendant must have an intent to commit first-degree murder. But they fell short for some reason. The act wasn't complete. And that's how you have criminal attempt first-degree murder. We heard from Tabitha Perry, and she testified that she was shot in the shoulder. After the incident, she was transported to the hospital, and the doctors left the bullet inside of her. It wasn't until later that she had to get it surgically removed. It was causing her extreme pain, and by the time that she got it removed, it was poking out of her back. And even today, 6 years later, she is still suffering from pain from that incident. Now let's talk about transfer of intent. You heard in your jury instructions that sometimes when you intend to kill one person, and you don't kill that person, but you kill another person, that is how the transfer intent happens. Tabitha Perry testified that when she spoke to police, she told them that she didn't even believe that the defendant meant to hurt her. But that's okay, because you don't have to actually hit your intended target to be charged and convicted of criminal attempt first-degree murder. As long as you had the intent to kill one person, it doesn't matter that you accidentally shot or you actually shot someone else. Your intent is still there. The only thing that's different is the person that got hurt. Employing a firearm during a dangerous felony. So on the screen here, it says that any person who employs a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony is guilty of a crime. The state has to prove that 1, that the defendant employed a firearm. 2, the employment was during the commission of or attempt to commit criminal attempt first-degree murder against the alleged victim, Tabitha Perry. And 3, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowing, or recklessly. In addition to Mrs. Perry's testimony, we heard from Captain Draper, Officer McLean, and Special Agent Roxanne. Draper testified that he and McLean were a few of the officers that responded to the crime scene on the offense day. And when he got there, he witnessed the defendant holding a firearm. She refused to comply with orders. Captain Draper testified to the non-lethal force that was used to unarm her. Officer McLean testified to securing and clearing the weapon that the defendant had in her possession. He noticed that there was nothing in the chamber, but yet there was a magazine in the gun.
Well, what up?
Special Agent Sane testified to the ballistics. He examined the Ruger, the casings, and the bullets from the medical examiner. He determined that all the cartridge cases and the bullets had been fired from that same handgun that was recovered off of the defendant. And now we're back at the beginning. You broke my heart, so I'm going to purchase a firearm. You broke my heart, so I'm going to purchase ammunition. You broke my heart, so I'm going to take that gun and the ammunition and drive 3 hours away to your home. You broke my heart, so I'm going to knock on your door. You broke my heart. I'm going to sit there and talk with you and your wife for about 20 minutes. You broke my heart, so I decided to leave. You broke my heart, so I'm going to shoot you and kill you in your doorway, and along the way shoot your wife. But it's okay, because you broke my heart. Decision after decision after decision. Ladies and gentlemen, if a broken heart was an excuse or a defense to murder, I wouldn't have a job. The standard of proof in this case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not 100% certainty, not beyond all doubt, not beyond a shadow of a doubt. What's required is certainty that lets you rest easy at night. And now it's your turn. After you consider all of the evidence and apply the law that the judge has given you and use your common sense, the state is confident that your verdict will be guilty as charged. Don't let a broken heart distract you from the human life that was lost. Thank you.
And may we approach?
Yes.
On your verdict, you must render your verdict with absolute fairness, and you can have no argument. So we're still not ready to discuss the case. Okay, so I'm gonna show you excuse for about 5 minutes, and we'll come right back.
All right, defense closing arguments.
All right, you may see it. The defense wish to make a closing statement.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We have told you from the very beginning that Ms. Daniels is not denying what happened. She is not saying, I have no responsibility, I have no accountability. That is not our position, and it has not been our position from the first time that we talked in Wood Island. We told you she is guilty of something, but she is not guilty of first-degree murder and criminal attempt first-degree murder and employing a firearm during felony. That is not what these facts illustrate, unless you're looking at them from far, far away and ignoring all of the details and all of the intent. When I was in high school, one of the formative trips that I took, my mom and I went to Barcelona, and we went to the Museum of Salvador Dali. This man had the most amazing brain. He could paint pictures that from far away looked like one thing, and then when you got close up on them, looked like something completely different. And I will never, ever forget standing in the top balcony of that museum, looking across the way and seeing this. And there's a little plaque that tells you, squint your eyes and look at it. What do you see? I saw Abraham Lincoln. I absolutely saw Abraham Lincoln. And then, when you walk back around, they tell you how to get up there. This is that painting close up. It's something completely different. Not only a different picture, but an entirely different emotional response. You would never think that that was the Abraham Lincoln that you had just seen. But that can be the difference between looking at something from far, far away and ignoring the
This
details
ain't gonna work.
versus seeing the intricacies of what it is actually made of. I want to talk to you first about Brodus Perry. We've heard a lot about him this week. He was a pastor at St. Mark Baptist Church in Little Rock. He was the leader of the life groups there. He was married to Tabitha Perry. This is what people standing far away saw. But when you got much more close, when you got to know Brodus Perry, the way Latoshia knew Brodus Perry, you started to see a different side. And sometimes even then, you miss it. He was a manipulative person. I know that he is not here anymore, and that is a tragedy. But that doesn't change the fact that during his time on earth, he manipulated the women in his life. He was controlling, and he wanted this lifestyle of ethical non-monogamy. Regarding the ethical non-monogamy, that was, when I talk about the manipulation of women in his life, that was a big source of it. He manipulated Tabitha into thinking, oh, well, this is just something that I thought about. It's okay that you don't want to do it. He manipulated Chriselle and Danielle, who he had the Marco Polo group with, in that he made this whole fiction where his wife was completely on board with this, and he was living this open, honest, and transparent lifestyle where he was ethically engaging in non-monogamy. As a pastor of the church looking for a group of people who would sanction his behavior, he found these women, educated women, and lied to them about this. He manipulated Latoshia in so many ways. But regarding the ethical non-monogamy, his position was, my wife says it's okay, so my girlfriend should not be saying no. Even to Latoshia, he lied about Tabitha being opposed to this lifestyle. When Latoshia got involved, she thought Tabitha was on board with this ethical non-monogamy, and she was not. We heard from Brodus Perry manipulating these women.
Those aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so if we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right?
This guy.
No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the 6 city that you live in, that currently live in, which means nobody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock, outside.
This guy? This is the guy. Interesting.
Girlfriend, because girlfriend is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be open inside her. Girlfriend's a therapist, right? And she didn't go there for therapy, but she asked her some questions. And based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, this is what I'm gonna let you do, blah, 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 you know, it is what it is. Go from there, she asked her some questions. And so she was like, I just got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they would go play tennis together. She was one of the life group leaders. And so we had rapport, we had rapport. And she asked a question and was like, yeah, blase, I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, Z could potentially be coming from? And I'm sorry, I'm looking to see who was in the cigar lounge because this is not what I really frequent that often. So I'm kind of careful about about who potentially is in here because I don't want the blast off pastor. You know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back, but I'm not a member. But yeah, I'm trying to debate on what's going in here now. But anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? Well, he thinks you're attractive. And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes, and he thinks you're attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversations. Well, you know, we did, because like one time we was sitting around having a watch, and she asked me, I was like, well, you got to get her. I ain't going to get her because I'm coming across with this creepy guy, right? We're trying to spice things up.
Pastor is this?
In that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited with the idea of somebody watching him, that's neither here nor there. But when the question came up, it was her, right there. The shit she asked, well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She said, I know you like her. I know what. So anyway, so she said, like you know, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, if you were interested, just, I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I've given him this X, Y, and Z, and he may come your way. And she did. But she's like, okay, cool. So we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came up. It was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave you the alley. But nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, that's a whole lot of shit, right? Trying to get the way. So I have been thinking about, the past couple weeks in terms of expanding, my ethical non-monogamy, and just kind of, so my wife, her and I, we were chatting the other day. I was like, well, baby, I got a couple questions. I'm just curious, She knows about the, everything like that. So I was like, when do you want to know? When do you want to know that there's someone who has my interest or someone who I would like to pursue? Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? Because this is kind of new for us, right? Because girlfriend, Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going, that's how my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So we're trying to figure out what does that look like. So I'm just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? Where I, in terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. I kind of say that just to say that there's still. There's still a lot of newness even in this ethical non-monogamy that I'm wrestling with. And it's fun, right? It's fun, it's interesting, it's causing us to communicate and chat and really talk again about different things that we've kind of, in a real sense, have been settled to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. Some things are in pencil, pen, right? There's some hard news, but gotta be flexible in terms of what that looks like. So that's why I know you're talking about being sprung and giddy and all that stuff. I think because those flutters or those emotions, right, those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Cherie, right? I knew Tasha, that was different. There was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged with it, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class again in terms of college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone. If that makes sense. Because I'm not, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know if I'm gonna go in here, but now I'm thinking how far would we go downtown? Because I'm like, there's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking houses, cigar houses. me, and I'm just, your opinion matters to me because we are in this relationship. But at the same time, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talked about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with Tab being perfectly fine with, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, hey, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. But the way that you handle this, I'm fine with, and I trust your judgment because you haven't given me a reason not to. It's only 2 hours away, but yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally because it was at that point. Wife was like, yeah, nobody at home. Like, this is an exception because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody at home. Like, that was Jacksonville, so our heart knows that no Jacksonville, which is hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city.
So I guess the strategy is to show that this guy was into this type of lifestyle so much that I don't think this is tasteful. The way they're trying to what they trying to do to the victim in the situation right now. I don't know if this is all that. I don't know if this is tasteful, but they gotta try. They gotta try. So hey,
those are the hard no's, right? She got an exception because it was there that she realized, well, yeah, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women would be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things. But
those are clips from approximately 13 videos where he talks and talks and talks, and none of it is true. None of it. You heard Tabitha sitting on the stand saying, my hard no's were all of those things and then some. My hard no's were him seeing anyone outside of our marriage. But that's not what he told Chriselle. That's not what he told Danielle. That's not what he told Latasha. He created this world of lies, this alternate reality in this chat room where he got everything that he wanted. He got validation. He got to have this lifestyle where he was cheating on multiple women, and it was okay. It was okay that he, as a pastor, do those things. That's what those women gave him. And for Latasha, she gave him whatever he wanted. And Tabitha was his wife. He took and took and took from these women. And the whole time, he was lying to all of them. I want to talk to you about Latoshia Daniels. From far away, Latasha appears to be a professional, educated, well-rounded woman. She's a licensed clinical social worker and went into a profession to help people. Church member, active in the church, a life group leader, selected among the thousands of people in the church, and placed into a position of leadership by Brodus Perry. Did you notice in the one video, he said, what I typically do is engage with women from a position of familiarity. He knew how to attract the type of woman that he was looking for. And Latasha when you got to know her and you got to see all of the details that make her up, she was exactly what he was looking for. She was so vulnerable because of the happiness being completely drained from her marriage, from the total lack of any emotional connection with her husband of 8 years. The traumatic history that she has had since a childhood, and always being told to keep a good face on. Her history of mental health, depression, suicidal ideations, suicidal attempts. Her dependency on other people. He knew that when he got his claws in her, she would do anything to keep him with her, including keeping his secrets. He also knew that Latoshia would have to keep his secrets because she had just as much to lose as he did. He had to have someone who was in a good job, with a good appearance, because if they found out about this affair with the pastor, she would lose everything. All of her clients, the life that she had built up in the church, her family's opinion, all of it would be gone. And he reminded her of that. From far away, their relationship, it wasn't a fair. It was absolutely wrong. And it was neither of them took Tabitha's feelings into consideration. Neither of them. And they should have. Tabitha did not deserve that. But especially at the beginning, if you looked at that relationship more closely, there was a lot of love there. Latoshia built her life around this man. He liked bourbon, so she started learning bourbon. He liked cigars, so she started learning about cigars. She got him into running with her. They joined a biking club together. All of these things that they built. And this woman who came into this relationship so starved for love and affection was receiving it, finally. And she never wanted that to stop. But when you looked at it more closely, you could also see Broadus behaving in a very controlling way, in a very manipulative way. And Latoshia was getting slung back and forth between these emotions of, oh, I love you. No, we're gonna have some distance. This back and forth, back and forth, pulling her heart in two pieces. And I will disagree with the state, because part of something that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is intent. And one of the things that you have to look at is whether a heat of passion was present. And a broken heart definitely has to do with heat of passion. There is no emotion more powerful in this world than love. When she was with Broadus, Latoshia was required to follow certain rules. Rule number 1 that she learned on day 1. You download the Confide app, you use it the way I tell you to, and you only communicate with me in this manner unless I tell you different. Rule number 2, when Broadus took trips, Latoshia was expected to be there, and she had to pay her own way, whether she had the money to or not. Rule number 3, Latoshia was not to call anybody to come to them. even in the case of a medical emergency, she was supposed to call Pastor Pointer. He knew about their relationship. He would get Brodus help, and nobody would have to find out about Latasha. Rule number 4, Latasha was not to approach him in public. He was only to approach her, because she didn't have a way of knowing if he was with someone for the church or with another pastor that may not know about their relationship. Very strict rules on what and when she could say to him. Rule number 5, when she was in a hotel room on one of their trips, she was to remain naked. Rule number 6, towards the end of their relationship, Brodus added that she should always respond to him with either yes sir or no sir. And Latasha followed all of those rules because she loved that man. And she loved the love that she felt like she was getting. And then things changed. On March the 15th, Brodus behaved in a very different way. He treated her like a piece of trash, like someone who was there for his use, not his love, not worthy of his affection. And something in Latasha broke that day. And she decided that she was going to end her life. And yes, she did want him to feel that pain because it was so much pain in her. And she came and never once threatened him. There was never a single allegation that she put him in any danger or threatened him or ever even pointed the gun at him. She actually gave the gun to him once he talked to her for about 2 hours. Brodus knew what to say to make Latasha do what he wanted her to do. For good or for bad. And that day, he did get the gun from her. And he took the gun and kept it. She didn't see it after that day. Which brings us to April the 4th. Her gun, Brodus had put in a cigar locker in Little Rock. Latasha did not have access to that. She did her normal good morning text to Brodus. And finally, when he responded, our time has come to an end. And then it disappeared. And in that moment of disappearing, 2 years of a life, of a relationship, of love, was gone. And Latasha was still emotionally fragile from the traumatic experience on the 15th in March. Still suffering from those pains, but trying to work through it. And she decided that she was right the first time. She didn't need to be in this world. She couldn't be in this world. Not anymore. She had built her whole life around this man. And he broke up with her in a disappearing text. She apologized to her family. and tried to make them understand that this is not something that she just thought about, that she's been struggling, and that the struggle was just too much. For this deeply religious woman to feel like God couldn't answer her prayers anymore because she was so deep down in this depression is just heart-wrenching. And that was at 3:14 p.m. on April the 4th. I'm having some technical difficulties. Okay. There we go. And so, after writing that suicide note, she did go to buy a gun. She didn't have one anymore, and she was going to kill herself. Yes, she planned to go buy a gun. That happened. She did not plan to go buy a gun to hurt anyone other than herself. She walked in, and you heard Mr. Palladino talk on the stand about the range of sizes and weights and prices. If you recall, when he talked about 9mm weapons, he said the cheapest 9mm weapons are in the 200s. He said that the gun that she chose is a small gun. The gun that she chose is a light gun. And when she went to that store on April the 4th, she checked out at approximately 4:47 after going through the background check and clearing it. And if you look, that gun cost $229. She bought the cheapest gun they had and just whatever ammunition they told her to get, because this was going to be the gun to take her life. So why spend a lot of money on it? After she left the gun store, she went back to her house. She did not want to stay there long because she was afraid her adult son would come home. Poured the bullets out on the bed, grabbed a handful, shoved him in her pocket, shoved the gun in her pocket, and left after leaving him as much money as she could leave him. I think it was $500. She got in her car, and she started to drive. She was not driving to Memphis, Tennessee. She was driving to Jacksonville, Arkansas, to Johnson Park. This was a place that had particular significance to her because of various names associated with it. Brodus Perry was from Jacksonville, Florida. Her ex-husband's last name was Johnson, and her dad's name was Ray. All of those were men that had hurt her in her life, but that she had also loved immensely. She did not want to commit suicide at home. She did not want her adult son to find her, to have to go through that. She knew that her suicide would be hard on him, but she didn't want that weight on him. At that point in time, she believed her son would be better off without him. As she's on the way to Jacksonville, Arkansas, she looks up and sees a sign. And that sign said, "This way to Memphis." And Latasha thought to herself, if I can just see him one more time, I can find out why he is doing this, why he wants this to be over. Maybe I can change his mind. Maybe he will see that he still loves me. Maybe he will tell me that I am still worth loving. Maybe he will give me that reason to live. She drove to Memphis. I want to ask, how many times have you been in your car running through thoughts in your brain as they race and you analyze and you're thinking, and all of a sudden you look up and you were like, how did I get here? I was on autopilot. This was not a cool, calm, do-do-do-do kind of drive. This woman was planning to commit suicide. This was not a drive to hurt anyone. She wanted to talk to him, not to hurt him. And she did talk to him. She went to The Pocket, which is a cigar lounge in downtown. She knew that he goes there on Thursdays. His wife knew the same thing. It was a frequent place that he went, not just on Thursdays. And Latasha saw him and did as she was supposed to, walked past him until he acknowledged her. When he acknowledged her, they were allowed to engage and she talked. They said that they sat there and talked for a long time, so long that the valet pulled the car away. And finally, by the end of the conversation, Brodus had said, look, we can be together if you're going to be okay with the ethical non-monogamy. And Latasha said, then I want us to tell Tabitha. And Brodus said, okay, we'll go tell Tabitha. You go to the apartment, talk to her about tennis, talk to her about, whatever. Tell her you're in town for a conference. We'll tell her together. And so Latasha goes to their apartment. It's unclear exactly what time she arrived at the apartment. It was somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, but either way, for the purposes of the timeline, we have that span that we don't have an exact time for. Some things we can get exact times for based on evidence, like that receipt, or if there's a phone call or something like that we can tie exact times to. We can't with this. Somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, Latasha indicated that she remembered the news came on. So fair assumption there, 9 or 10. And this was in Collierville. Tabitha answered the door, and Latasha came inside. They sat on that couch and talked for 10 to 20 minutes. At no point did Latasha ever raise a gun to Tabitha. At no point did Latasha ever threaten Tabitha. At no point did any indication that she was anything other than happy to be there happen. And then Brodus got home. And when Brodus got home, Tabitha described him as being very agitated when he saw Latasha. Did he think he called her bluff? That she wouldn't really go? He knew that she was having second thoughts. Did he really think that she was going to go into the apartment and tell Tabitha after 2 years? And she was there. And he was facing down the possibility of having to confess to his wife. And instead of doing that, he offered her bourbon. Talked to her about why she was in this why she was here for a conference. And Latasha, when he walks in, becomes confused and off balance because she thinks this big conversation is about to happen, and he's just making small talk. Even going so far as to say, well, if you're drinking, we probably need to clear those clothes off the guest bedroom. Latasha had never been there. And when she was there, Tabitha testified, and Latasha testified, that she didn't go into any of the bedrooms. She stayed in the main living area. That's a picture of the guest room. How would Latasha have known that there were clothes all over it? Unless Brodus said, we would have to take all those clothes off the bed. She and Tabitha and Brodus sat in that living room for 10 to 20 minutes, talking, with Latasha just waiting and waiting and waiting, thinking, well, he's talking about a bed. Maybe we're going to segue there. And he wasn't even making eye contact with her. At a certain point, he stopped even truly acknowledging her and just started talking to Tabitha. And Latasha realized, he's not going to do it. He's not going to tell her. This doesn't mean enough to him. I don't mean enough to him. So I'm just going to go. I'm not going to bother y'all anymore. She does want to know why. Just as a practical matter, does it make any sense that she was sitting inside of an apartment with a closed door where no one could see in for about 20 to 40 minutes?
I don't know.
If she was intending on killing them, why would she not have done it when they were sitting in there in private? Instead of after Tabitha walks out the door into opening it up into the outside. She is outside. Latasha's standing in the doorway. If this was a cool, calm, reflective judgment, why would she wait until that point in time? If this was the plan, why would she have not done it inside the apartment? Does that make sense? But instead of harming anyone inside of that apartment, Latasha got up to leave. And when she got up to leave, Tabitha went first and came out the door, and then Latasha was standing in the doorway, and Brodus was slightly behind her. Tabitha made it all the way down to the stairwell before she realized that Latasha and Brodus were not behind her. When she turned around, she saw Latasha pull out a gun and shoot Brodus. That happened. What she didn't see and what she didn't hear was the conversation that Latasha and Brodus were having at that door, where she said, walk me to my car. Be a gentleman. It's nighttime. Just walk me to my car. And Brodus just said, Tabitha will do it. That emotional whiplash of being on the verge of killing herself to finding this hope that she can have the life that she has been trying to have with this man, to the disappointment of being dismissed by him to this moment of just indifference shattered her. Absolutely shattered her. And when she reached into her pocket to find her keys, she found her gun. And when she pulled her gun, that was not a calm and cool and reflected action. That was a heat of passion. She was so emotional in those moments. She did that act, but that was not a cool and calm act. That was a result of passion. As she's firing shots, she's yelling, "He broke my heart. He broke my heart." And when Tabitha starts trying to get close, Latoshia tells her to stay back. And Tabitha, who is very confused in the situation at this point, dives in front of her husband and tries to shield his body with her body. And during that process, had a bullet hit her in the shoulder. When she said, "Latoshia, you shot me," Latoshia said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Tabitha even told the police that she believed that Latoshia was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha felt like all of this emotion was directed at Brodus, because it was. But it was a lot of emotion. Officers arrive on the scene at 22:36, military time, 10:36, non-military time. When the police arrive, Latoshia still has the gun in her hand. Tabitha had told her, "Go, just go. They're coming. I can hear the sirens. Just go." And Latoshia couldn't move. She couldn't move. And when the police were yelling at her, telling her to put down the gun, what they saw and what they described was her staring blankly and talking softly to herself and repeatedly putting the gun up to her head or up to her mouth or up to her chest and eventually crouching down on the ground. And Officer Dunlap testified that he would have noticed if that slide was back and that chamber was empty. He didn't see that. The circumstances when the police got there, they're trained to assess. And they have this thing called the use of force continuum that officers kind of make a judgment on. Do I need to put my hands on this person, soft hands? Or do I need to pull my sidearm and kill this person? And there are things in between. Do you believe that if the police thought that she was about to shoot the officers or Tabitha or Brodus in that moment, do you have any doubt that they would have shot the guns that they had trained on her? They opted for a non-lethal force because at that point in time, they deemed her a danger to herself. There is no part of what those officers saw that was cool and calm and reflective in Latoshia Daniels. They saw a woman in an emotional crisis. While the police were there, after Latoshia was taken into custody, they called the EMTs, who came and rendered aid to both Tabitha and Brodus. They were then taken to the hospital, where they both underwent surgery. Tabitha, thankfully, was okay. Brodus was not. He did die as a result of these gunshot wounds. That has never been in dispute. There are several things that are not in dispute. It's just a difference of whether you look at it from far away or come in close to actually analyze it, to see the details that make it up. Tabitha came in to testify, and she talked to you about what she saw on April the 4th and what she experienced. And she was utterly confused by all of this because she had no idea what was going on. She had no idea why Latoshia would be there because Brodus hadn't told her that he saw her earlier in the night. She had no idea that Brodus and Latoshia had had a 2-year-long relationship. That this woman was desperately in love with her husband. She had no idea. And that wasn't fair to her. That absolutely was not fair to her. But even Tabitha came forward to say that she didn't think that Latoshia meant to shoot her. She also told y'all that she watched the clips that we watched before. She never said any of those things. She never had those conversations. She never had those conversations with Latasha. She didn't alley-oop him any woman. The hard nose for her was anyone. But he lied to his wife about that. And he lied to Latasha about that. He lied to Chriselle and Danielle about that. The police department then start their investigation. They took Tabitha's statement. Chriselle actually reached out to the police department to provide them these videos because she believed that Tabitha knew all of this, that this would be so helpful to them because obviously Tabitha knew everything and he was being so honest and transparent that they needed to have this information. Instead, they handed over evidence that showed that Brodus was manipulating all of these women. They collected the receipt. They collected the video surveillance from the gun store. They did a faraway view of what this was. And they looked at it and said, well, she bought a gun, she drove to Memphis, she went to Collierville, and she shot them. None of those facts are in dispute. Not a single one of them. But there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it. When she made that drive, she didn't go straight to Collierville. When she made that drive, she went downtown. Dr. Erica Curry came in and testified, talked about the gunshot wounds, trajectories, things like that. The fact that Brodus was shot multiple times is not in dispute. The fact that Latasha is the one who shot him is not in dispute. She is not coming here to tell you, I didn't do this. She's coming here to tell you that when I did this, I was so overcome by my emotions that I behaved in a way that I would not normally behave. I would note, with the autopsy, it does show no stippling, no muzzle imprint. What that means is that the barrel of the gun was 3 feet or more away. When Latasha was describing where everyone was sitting, and I believe Tabitha did too, Brodus was sitting directly next to Latasha. He was in the blue chair. She was on the end of the couch. She was within arm's reach of him. And nothing happened. The other doctor that testified was Dr. Bidding. She is both a clinical and a forensic psychologist. The difference in those two things are one can kind of look at your whole picture and gather information for a legal process, and the other one can gather your whole picture and look at it for a diagnosis process. She does both of those things. And she has a very impressive CV to go along with it. And when she met with Latasha, she did find a significant trauma history. She did not find malingering, which means no evidence of the fact, no evidence that Latasha was not being honest in her answers on these psychological tests. She actually found that she tended to underreport her symptoms, which was consistent with her history of always having to put on a good face. Dr. Bidding does not just blindly rely on what someone tells her. She listens to what someone tells her and then compares it to outside sources, especially for that legal process. And she did that here. And she found evidence to corroborate what Latasha was telling her. She read the police reports, including narratives about Latasha's appearance on the scene. She read Tabitha Perry's statement describing what had happened. She watched the video of Brodus Perry talking to Chriselle and Danielle about seeing Latasha at the cigar bar that night before going home to Carterville. He read Latasha's journals. She read Latasha's journals. And all of those corroborated what Latasha was telling her. She had a history of depression. And she would not, the state was right, she would not offer an opinion on her state of mind at the moment of the offense. And that's what matters legally, is at the moment. However, she did have a position about her mental state around the time of the offense. The reason that she could not speak to at the moment of the offense was because Latasha has trouble remembering those moments, just like Tabitha did, because trauma can do that to your memory. Around the time of the offense, again, corroborating by all of those items of information, she believed that Latasha was exhibiting depressive symptoms and emotional dysregulation. She was in turmoil. She told you sometimes people who truly want to die are hoping that someone will give them a reason to live. And that's what Latasha was doing here. When she parked her car in downtown Memphis, she truly wanted to die.
So how she end up killing him and not herself? You lost me there. How come in that moment she ain't shoot herself in the doorway?
but she was hoping with every part of herself that Brodus would give her a reason to live. Latoshia talked to you, and she told you her story. From a young age, all the way up to reaching out to Brodus for counseling, through their relationship, about his rules, about her love, about the fact that he had told her that Tabitha was on board with this. He just hadn't told her yet about Latoshia. She told you about that emotional whiplash that she suffered for that last month leading up to April 4th. She was getting pulled by her heart in so many different directions. And she talked to you about the fact that the moment that her hand went into her pocket was a moment when she was shattering. That was the word that she used. In that moment, she shattered. The timeline in the case supports what Latoshia told you happened. At 3:14, we have a suicide note written, which is before going to buy a gun. She then takes a quick trip home and then leaves for the park, driving down 440, where there's a split for Memphis. She proceeds towards Memphis and arrives downtown, speaks with Brodus for a long time. Latoshia then drives to Collierville, sits in the parking lot, calls Brodus, starts to have some second thoughts, and Brodus says, no, go on in. Go on in. Latoshia goes to the apartment. Tabitha lets her in. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes. Brodus arrives back home. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes, and then Latoshia says, I'm going to leave now. Police respond at 22:36, again, 10:36 Central Time. And by 10:36, Latoshia is still standing there with the weapon in her hand. If she left Arkansas at 5 o'clock, and it only takes 3 hours to get to Collierville, why was it 10:36 when police arrived? Unless there was something that happened in between. And we know that there was something that happened in between because Brodus made a video saying, guess who I just saw as I'm walking out of the cigar lounge? All of that corroborates what Ms. Daniels came here to tell you. And I can tell you, sitting on that stand is not easy, especially talking about the things that she had to sit up there and talk about. She's not proud of what she did. She is extremely remorseful for what happened that day. When the prosecutor during cross-examination said, you went there to shoot him, didn't you? She said, no, no ma'am, I loved him. I would never hurt him. No, that was not my intention because she didn't come to Memphis to hurt him. She was planning on hurting herself. And she walked into that apartment happy to be there in the hopes that she would get some semblance of that love back. Very briefly, I'm going to talk to you all about the law. You have your jury instructions, and there are some that I would like for you to cue in on because they're very important. If you remember during jury selection, voir dire, we talked about criminal offenses and what's required. And what's required is an act and an intent. You have to have both. When you look at what are called lesser included offenses, the act never changes. The intent is what changes. On count 1, the lesser included offenses are, all of the offenses, first degree murder, second degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. As I told you, Latoshia Daniels pleads not guilty to first degree murder. I submit that the appropriate charge in this case, as it pertains to Brodus Perry, is voluntary manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter is an intentional and knowing killing that occurs during a heat of passion. That is exactly what the facts before us in this trial have laid out. Premeditation requires the exercise of reflection and judgment, careful consideration, sufficient freedom from excitement and passion so as to be capable of premeditation. When you are in that emotional state of passion, you can't reason properly. That's why premeditation requires the absence of all of those emotions to truly and thoughtfully judge and reflect on your actions before you take them. The emotions cloud that ability and impair that ability. A heat of passion means any of the human emotions, known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions, which render the mind incapable of cold reflection. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that is exactly what we have here. This was a voluntary manslaughter. This was not a first-degree murder. And I told you from day one that Ms. Daniels was not coming here to tell you I didn't do anything wrong. She knows what she did was wrong. She feels that every day. But that doesn't mean that that was a cool, premeditated act. Count 2, the account pertaining to Tabitha Perry, Archie. Criminal attempt first degree, criminal attempt second degree, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter, and reckless endangerment. Those are the lesser included offenses as they pertain to her. I submit to you that the actions that led to Ms. Perry's injury was reckless endangerment. The process that involved Ms. Perry getting shot, she actually put herself into that line of fire, and Ms. Daniels did not even mean to shoot her. Ms. Perry even believes that Latasha was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha told the police that. Tabitha told y'all that. The police told you that. She tried to shield Brodus, and in the process she got hurt. And that was an unacceptable risk that Latasha took when she fired those shots. And she should have known that firing those shots in that apartment could have ended up hurting Tabitha. And that's exactly what happened. The definition of recklessly in your jury instructions is found on page 9. And that is where, when you look at reckless endangerment, it will refer you back to the other definitions. That's where you find recklessly. A person acts recklessly when they are aware of but consciously disregard a risk that is substantial and unjustifiable that the alleged victim will be killed. Because it's under the reckless homicide, they refer to actual killing. It's applicable also to the reckless endangerment without a killing. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under the circumstances as viewed from an accused person's standpoint. She had absolutely no intention to hurt Tabitha, but firing those shots was a risk that she would, and she did hurt Tabitha. I submit to you that the appropriate charge on count 2 is reckless endangerment. All of these must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked for a long time in voir dire about beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution must present evidence that is so convincing that it leaves no other logical explanation for the facts except that the accused is guilty of the charged offense to a moral certainty. One of the elements that must be proven is the intent, is Latoshia Daniels' intent. So if you come down and you have one version of this event where this is a cool, calm, premeditated murder, and you have another version of events where this is a woman who was in an emotional distress, and both of those are reasonable based on the evidence, then the state has not carried their burden as to first-degree murder. The appropriate charge would be voluntary manslaughter. And that burden is very, very high. You can see both of those things if you step back and look at it and understand that while you may see two faces, you may see an apple core. And it's reasonable to see both of those things. No matter which one you looked up and immediately saw, or which one you prefer, both are reasonable as an explanation of what you see in that picture. This is the state's case from far, far away, looking at these facts. Facts that are not in dispute, but they are missing the actual picture and showing you something that isn't really what this was. I'm asking you to look at all of the evidence that has been presented to you over the course of this week and to see the details of what that picture actually is. Thank you. Imagers in the way.
Man.
Stay for the vote.
That took forever.
You've heard all the evidence and most of the arguments. And the assumption at this point, based on our history, is I'm not going to be up here for an hour and a half, right? And I thought about that yesterday and more today, and I hope you appreciate that. But I don't want you to take that to mean that I don't have anything to say about this case, or that I don't want you to understand how significant that the proof is on this case, because it's significant. And it's almost so clear that it just doesn't take a whole lot of time to explain it to you or to prove it to you. So if I can just take a few minutes to go back through there just to remind you of what we're looking at The proof is clear even by her admission that she got a text that morning that said this relationship is over. I don't want to be in it anymore. And that shouldn't have been, and probably wasn't, a huge surprise to her. Because for the past months, weeks, she was even going to break up with him at one point. You know, really since he had moved from Little Rock, the relationship hadn't been the same. So what did she do in response to that? And she can tell you, this is what I plan to do, but the proof is she immediately went to buy a gun and immediately drove to Memphis to find him. 3 hours. And that's not disputed. She says, I was going to kill myself. But she wound up in Memphis with him. And she wound up at his house. She was still there when the police arrived. She shot him multiple times and shot Tabitha Perry Archie in the process. I mean, that's overwhelming proof of intentional premeditated murder, and she agrees all that happened. Do you remember there was a discussion, I believe it was in jury selection, about we do things different here than we do in the real world? I mean, I don't really know what that means. Because what we know is that in the real world, Rose Perry is not here to tell this story. That he was shot and killed in his own home in front of his wife. And we know that Tabitha was shot while kneeling next to her husband, trying to protect him and help him and begging her to stop. You know, there's a lot of talk about reflection and judgment, cool, calm, and collected. Well, she was cool, calm, and collected enough to say, according to her, Tabitha, get out of the way. She doesn't remember anything, but she knows she didn't mean to shoot Tabitha. I mean, that's in the real world. And this is hard, I know. Talking about Tabitha, it's a good time just to point out, I mean, there is transferred intent. And so we don't have to prove she was trying to kill Tabitha. Just that she was trying to kill somebody, and she was trying to kill somebody. She did kill somebody. And in that process, she shot and caused serious bodily injury to Miss Archie. So when you have a case like that, with those facts that line up perfect, I get the text, I go buy the gun, I drive to Memphis, I show up at his house, and I shoot and kill him. You got to come up with something as a defense, right? So the defense is, I'm the victim. I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a minute, but I want to talk to y'all a little bit about who she is, who is claiming that she's the victim in this case. It's an almost 40-year-old grown woman who has a doctorate degree, who has been twice married and twice divorced, who runs her own business, and who voluntarily entered into and started this affair with Rose Perry. She admitted that. I liked the way he made me feel. I was wanting that kind of relationship at that time. She knew he was married. She had dinner with, she played tennis with his wife. She knew that Tabitha wasn't aware of this affair. You know, there's rules. Rose had rules. Well, I mean, one of the rules was we've got to talk to each other on this app that's not easily traceable. Is that a rule? Or is that what you would expect? Two people who were married because they were both married when it started, that they might come together and say, you know, we probably don't need to text each other and email each other on our phones and on our computers, because we got to hide this. Is that a rule? Is that manipulative? Can't go out in public with just the two of us because we don't want to be seen as a couple. Is that a rule? Or is that what you expect? When two people who are married decide they're going to have a sexual relationship and hide it from their spouse.
All right.
Is that manipulative?
Drop the bomb, man.
Did she ever say anything about he forced me to be in this relationship? Did I miss something with that? Or did she say she liked it? She wanted to be in that relationship. I can't put your plane tickets on my card. Is that a rule? Is that what you call that? You know, she couldn't make one trip, so she said, so I decided to go on the Jerusalem trip because I couldn't make it on the wherever the other trip was, Cuba or something. So hey, I want to go on this other one because I didn't get to make that one. Is that, you're expected to go? Or you want to go hang out with the married guy of my friend at a hotel room in Israel? Which is it? I don't want you to call 911 if there's like some kind of medical emergency. If you're staying in a hotel room with the person you're having an affair with, do you want her calling 911? How does that make Brodus Perry manipulative? She drank bourbon with him. She smoked cigars with him. She knew about his interest in this book. She read the book. She understood that he was interested in this non-monogamy lifestyle. She even tried to recruit one of her friends to help him out with that. A 38-year-old grown woman with a doctorate degree who run a business and has been twice married and twice divorced. You know, one of the things that happens when you kill somebody is there's only one side of the story that gets to be told, because there's only one person that's left alive. And so we spent a lot of time talking about how bad Brodus Perry was. We played videos for his widow and made her sit there and say, no, I didn't know that. He was lying to me. It seems illogical, but it's sometimes easier to feel sympathy toward the person who's still alive than it is the person who died, because that's the only story you get. And she made terrible decisions. And you feel bad for her because she made those decisions. But they were her decisions. If Brodus was here, would he say, I'm sorry, I wish I hadn't done that way? We'll never know, will we? Did he make mistakes? I want to quote to you from the jury instructions because I think it's important, because you can't look at her and say, I feel sorry for her because she made that decision. This is a quote. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. So feel sympathy toward her, but don't let that affect your verdict. You'd be inhuman not to feel sympathy toward her. But we talked about earlier, during jury selection, how sympathy and prejudice are not appropriate, and how you look at the facts, and if you determine that she intentionally, unlawfully, and premeditatedly killed him, it doesn't matter how sorry you feel for her, because you're not supposed to use sympathy. Was Brodus honest? He lied to his wife. He lied to his church. He lied to two people in a book club on an app where they sent videos back and forth to each other who he had never met. You want to be married to Brodus? Maybe not. Did he lie to the defendant? I don't know if we know that. I mean, she knew he was married. She knew they were hiding the affair. She knew Tabitha didn't know. She knew about the book. She knew he wanted the non-monogamous lifestyle. She knew that early in the relationship. She read the book. What do you lie to her about? Probably more honest with her than he was with anybody else. You may have lied to her. Lying and being immoral is not a capital offense. Latoshia Daniels also made a lot of choices. She got to tell you she's not proud of them. Brodus didn't. She made a choice to start the affair. She made a choice to continue the affair. She even made that choice after she claims that he made her feel bad in the hotel room to continue that affair. She made the choice to hide the affair. She chose to go purchase a gun after she got that text. She chose to drive from Little Rock to Memphis. She chose to go to the Perry's house. She chose to take her gun into their home. And you'll note that premeditation, if done prior to the act, so you can premeditate a murder, and then you can go to do that murder, and you can be overcome by adrenaline, excitement, any other emotion you can think of. But if you premeditated it before you do that, and then you follow through with the murder, that doesn't negate the planning that you did beforehand. Why didn't you shoot him when the door was closed? Think about it all you want to. It's probably hard to pull out a gun and shoot somebody, even if you plan to. You can plan that all the way from Little Rock to Memphis, and it still may be hard to pull the trigger. She made a decision to shoot and kill Brodus Perry, and she made a decision to shoot Tabitha. one of the defense witnesses was Dr. Bidding. What do we glean from her? That's helpful. Because I don't doubt she was depressed, and that's what Dr. Bidding said, she was depressed. And I'm not taking that lightly. Depression is an awful disease that affects millions of people. But Dr. Bidding said, it doesn't mean that you can't, Dr. Bidding said, it doesn't mean that they commit violent acts because they're suffering from depression. Depression doesn't cause that, and depression doesn't cause you to lose your ability to plan, use judgment, and she specifically said that that depression is not a cause of impulsivity. So if depression doesn't negate intent and premeditation, it doesn't keep her from being cool, calm, collected, it doesn't keep her from using reflection and judgment, is that helpful to us? You also heard from Dr. Bidding about this defense under Tennessee law called insanity. And what she said was, there's a defense in Tennessee. And if a person is of this mental state where you can't appreciate the wrongfulness of your actions, then they can be found not guilty of the crime, because there are two things, the act and the intent. And she said, this insanity applies when someone is not able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions because of their mental state. And I said, well, did you evaluate the defendant for the criteria for insanity? Yes, it was not there. Insanity would not, the criteria were not met when I evaluated the defendant for that. You also heard Dr. Bidding talk about what she called diminished capacity, which in Tennessee is this, you might still be guilty of something, but you're not guilty of the more serious offense because your capacity is diminished because of your mental state. And again, I asked Dr. Bidding, a defense expert, a witness called by the defense. What about when you evaluated Latoshia Daniels for this diminished capacity? Didn't meet the criteria for that. Well, Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, what about post-traumatic stress disorder? Did she meet the criteria for that? No. No, she didn't meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, does potentially wanting to harm herself, does that negate intention and premeditation? Can't say that it does negate intention and premeditation. Well, tell us, Dr. Bidding, about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. I'm unable to provide an opinion about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. What about Dr. Bidding's testimony did you find helpful? I found helpful the fact that she said she did appear to exercise judgment just prior to this homicide. And she did appear to engage in planning in the moments leading up to this homicide. So we've talked about she used judgment, had a cool, calm, and collected thought when she told Tabitha to get out of the way. I don't want to shoot you. Dr. Bidding says she has cool, calm, and collected thoughts all day, up to the moments before the homicide. Then we heard from Officer Duncan, who said he pointed, I saw her point the gun at herself. She was holding the gun. When I got to the door, I said, drop it. She pointed the gun at herself. At some point during that day, did she intend to harm herself? I don't doubt that. But I can tell you what she had at that moment. She had the judgment and reflection not to harm herself. She had the judgment and reflection not to point that weapon at the Carterville Police Department because they had a gun pointed at her. Where's the lack of judgment and reflection? Was she devastated? Was she in love? Were her feelings hurt? Had she spent 2 years in a relationship with a married man and she realized he wasn't going to leave his wife? I don't doubt that. Did she know what she was doing? Yes. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for her. It's unfortunate for Rose Perry's family. Unfortunate for the widow of Rose Perry. That doesn't change what happened. Did she plan this all the way from Little Rock? And I'm going to change a little bit and talk about something different here, and I want to be very clear about what I mean when I'm doing this. I submit the proof shows that she did plan this from the time she got the text. But I want to talk about why I think that's not required. It's impossible to know what she was thinking because we can't read her mind. Was she planning to kill Brodus and herself? Maybe. That doesn't negate the fact that she killed Brodus and that she did it on purpose, intentionally, with premeditation. Did Brodus ask her to go to his house? I mean, his reaction says no. The history between the two of them says no. A hidden app. Got to have somebody with us. We went 2 years, we hadn't told her. He didn't want Tabitha to know. So the history between them indicates no. So the evidence is contrary to her description of what happened. And again, I'm going to emphasize that because I'm going to make another argument, but I want to read it. The evidence is contrary to what she describes as happening. But it really doesn't matter. She's asking you to consider voluntary manslaughter. And the kind of the difference is the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Well, there's no question she acted in an irrational manner because it's hardly ever rational to point a gun and shoot a guy 7 times who's not threatening you, doesn't have a weapon, and is not even, there's not even a chance he's harming you physically. No even history of him harming you physically. So that's never a rational act. So the second part of that is very important because it can't be adequate provocation that makes Latoshia Daniels act in an irrational manner because she did. And all you would have to say is, yep, there was some provocation that made me act irrationally, so I'm not guilty of homicide. I'm not guilty of murder 1. It says sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Did what happened to her, is that enough to make a reasonable person act that way? To point a loaded gun at an individual who's unarmed and not threatening you and pull the trigger not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times, but 7 times. Somebody talked to you about the classic law school example of voluntary manslaughter, where someone comes home and they find their spouse in bed with somebody else having an affair. And before they have time to reflect on that or cool down, they kill either their spouse or the person they're having the affair with. And that is the classic law school example. Latoshia Daniels doesn't fit the classic law school example. Her spouse was not having an affair. She didn't react immediately to some huge thing like that. Somebody hit my child or whatever. She knew this relationship was coming to an end. And she knew about this affair for 2 years. And she knew Tabitha didn't know about it. So again, it's not voluntary manslaughter. So I want to look at her story and set aside all the other evidence for just a moment. Not conceding there's not all the other evidence, but I want to just set it aside for a moment. What was the adequate provocation? He wouldn't walk me to the door? To my car? It's the only provocation I heard. Because right before that, she was talking, and she even made a decision. I feel like I'm being played, was what her testimony was. I'm embarrassed. I want to leave. Is that a person overcome that doesn't know what they're doing?
Making a good case, eh?
And she had known since that morning he was ready for this relationship to end. And she had known for months that the relationship was not what it had been.
Bitter.
That's not provocation that would lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. It may be provocation that would break your heart, that would hurt your feelings, that would cause you to be really upset and really mad and really regretful, maybe ashamed, maybe embarrassed. She told you why she did this. And to convict, all you got to do is listen to her. She told Brooks. I don't know if he heard her because he had a bullet in his head. You broke my heart. That's why she did it. The evidence suggests that she made the decision to kill him. Maybe herself that morning. But even if she made it when he declined to walk her to the car, it's first-degree murder. There's no time period required for premeditation. Some of the things you can look at, she shot an unarmed, unthreatening person. She was making decisions that she felt like she was being played, that she was embarrassed. She was walking to the door. She reached in her pocket and pulled out the gun that she had brought into their home. She didn't go back out to her car to get the gun. Was it for protection from her car to the door, or did she forget it was there? We heard both sides of that story. And she shot him 7 times. And killed him. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? Even disregarding all the evidence except what she tells you, how can that not be intentional and premeditated? Especially consider in Dr. Biting's testimony. And all the things she did. Tabitha, get out of the way. Not pointing the gun at the police. Not harming herself. Where was this total loss of judgment? She was hurt. She was mad. She was embarrassed. She didn't like what Broads had done to her. What Broads had done to her. I ask you to follow the law. Apply the evidence to it. And if you do that, I submit you'll find that she's guilty as charged on all 3 counts of the document. Thank you.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat, man. Get this verdict. We're gonna wrap this up. Hey, this was pretty interesting. Listen, she had no chance anyway, but she still tried. They still tried, you know. Let me get at least get the verdict. Let's see her reaction and how this goes.
State of Tennessee versus Latoshia Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 1 of indictment number 25-01253. State of Tennessee versus Latoshia Daniels, indictment number 25-01253, verdict form count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment as included in count 2 of indictment number 25-01253.
Trying to get a good look at her face, but they can't.
State of Tennessee versus Latoshia Daniels, indictment number 25-01253, verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty in count 3 of indictment number 25-01253.
you like the jury poll?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll start on this end. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Is that your verdict? Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Now that you have concluded your service on this case, I thank you for your patience and conscientious attention to your duty as jurors. You have not only fulfilled your civic duty, but you have also made a personal contribution to the ideal of equal justice for all people. You may have questions about the confidentiality of the proceedings. Because the case is over, you are free to discuss the case with any person you choose. However, you do not have to talk to anyone about the case if you do not want to. If you tell someone you do not wish to talk about it and they continue to bother you, let the court know, for we can protect your privacy. If you do decide to discuss the case with anyone, I would suggest you treat it with a degree of solemnity, so that whatever you say, you will be willing to say in the presence of your fellow jurors or under oath here in open court in the presence of all the parties. Also, if you do decide to discuss the case, please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. Your fellow jurors fully and freely stated their opinions and deliberations with the understanding they were being expressed in confidence. Again, I thank you for your willingness to give of your time away from your accustomed pursuits and faithfully discharge your duties as jurors. You are now excused. I will be back to speak with you shortly, so I'll show you excused to the jury room.
That's all, man. I don't know what to say. I mean, that was pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. I don't see her sentence in this yet. Let me look it up. See it on YouTube. Let me look at it. It's set for the 17th this month. So next week, she got some time before she gets the sentence in. Because I won't tell if you don't. That's it. That's all. Well, so we're gonna wrap this one up. I'm gonna see you guys with some more content on this channel. We up now. I got another live I'm gonna do in a little bit, in a little while. So I'm about to set the live. Yeah, I'm doing the interview. I'm reacting to an interview of the lawyers from the Alicia Andrews trial, the defense attorneys. You know, that young dude and yeah. So this girl, she did an interview with them, and she told me I could react to it. So I'm gonna shout her out and stuff. But so I'm gonna be back to do that. But as of right now, we rocked out. We saw how this played out. It was interesting to watch. You know, ultimately, she knew what she signed up for. And it seems like once he wanted to end it, that led her to take the extreme. So that's pretty much what I see. I hear her and everything that she says she went through and everything, but you know, all the way up till the end. Come on, this been going on for how long? And what? And to think about the first time they had the encounter was over at her crib. Come on now, you know. She said he had all these rules. Like, girl, you was gonna get caught. You was gonna get exposed too. Like, You wasn't part of keeping the secret? You know, she acting like she wasn't down with keeping the secret. Like, that the crap in the hotel room was a red flag? Man, you got to be naked anytime you're in the hotel room. Like, she enjoyed it. Like, they went running together, bicycling, all this stuff that she didn't complain about until it was time for it to stop. You know? So I guess once he decided that he didn't want, you think about this. She's going through all of this. She's so miserable. But she's not the one trying to leave. He is. You're not the one trying to leave the relationship, but you going through clearly it seemed like she didn't want to lose something that she was enjoying. Yeah. Doesn't sound like he was doing her wrong. It sounds like he wasn't doing enough. Sound like he wasn't doing enough. Play as a side piece. My side piece. I left home to be with my side piece. Ethical slut. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Like, they just finding out, like, this is what he was doing videos about this stuff. I was like, what kind of pastor is this? This guy is vlogging about videos about ethical non-monogamy. Like, he don't get backlash for this. What's going? Where the churchgoers? They don't got questions. Where's the Bible verse to tell the pastor he wrong? What's happening? I don't know, man. That stuff is interesting. I don't know what to say, man. But like I said, we'll be back. Gonna do the other action. I definitely want to hear what the lawyers got to say about that Alicia Andrews case and whether or not they felt they could have won the case or whatever, And I want to know if they think that she hurt the case with the things she was doing. Heathenistic balance. I want to thank everybody that stayed, rocked out. Be tuned. Stay tuned for more content on the Wabbit Crime Network 2. We got a Wabbit Crime Network 1. But right now, this is the Wabbit Crime Network 2. Stay tuned. Thank you guys. Appreciate everybody. See you guys in the next live. Oh.